The Guyana Happy Eagles, they were inserted and they responded by making 324 all out. Trinidad and Tobago, in response, they got to 160 all out, and then the Happy Eagles batting a second time. They declared at 247 for 6. The youngster Kimal Salvi getting 101 not out and really signaling his intent. But on day 4 here with the game, very advantage to the Guyana Happy Eagles, but it's very at a knife edge. The captain, Darren Bravo, looking to continue where he left off. He's on 63 not out and looking to give us a big innings here today.
Right arm over.
On the other side of things, looking to open the bowling for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Kimo Paul, he's going to be coming in, steaming in from the northern end. So it's going to be a very interesting day, and this none more interesting than this first hour this morning.
Yeah, false start from Kimo Paul. It's a very interesting day ahead of us. The TNT Red Force require a further 306 for victory, and of course the Happy Eagles, they would just need to get the remaining 7 wickets to claim victory in this round 3 encounter. So it's skipper Darren Bravo, 63 unbeaten, and with him is Jed Gooley, 14. And Kimo Paul from the northern end, and his first delivery is driven through the cover point region, and a very good fielding by Anderson on the cover point boundary limits Bravo to just 2. So the Red Force up and running this morning.
Yeah, just opening the face, leaning forward, showing intent.
Very good fielding by Anderson. That was certainly heading to the boundary. Had to put in the dive. And
lots of commitment shown there as we see Kimo Paul. He's been disciplined in his performance thus far. He has figures of 2 for 41 from his 10.1 overs. He's been the pick of the Guyanese bowlers.
good delivery from Paul. Just outside off stump. Bravo drawn into playing forward defensive shot. So Gordon, I want to say that this first hour is vitally important for both these two teams. You know, you feel like at this stage of the game, you feel like whoever wins this first hour, or for that matter, this first session, would certainly take a huge chunk in going on the result, the end result of this game.
Yeah, I think Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they'll be looking to bat through this first hour first, and then the first session without losing any further wickets. Darren Bravo, he's accompanied by Jed Gooley. Gooley on 14 not out, a very patient 14, but they'll not study that it took 61 balls. They'll be more concerned that he is at the wicket. Of course, all 3 results still up for grabs. A win for the Guyana Happy Eagles, a win for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, and as well as a draw.
Another easily taken single from Bravo, just pushed into the point region, and easy single. So already 3 runs in the first over. And yeah, so
That's one leg, Jed. Right arm over.
from these two so far, just the first over in progression. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and fine leg for Jed Gooley. Gooley is forward and just pushing it into the cover region. Just looking to get settled here again this morning. As you say, he's 14 not out and Bravo is 66, but we know in cricket, you come back out and it's almost as though you have to start back from 0.
Yes, definitely. You'll be coming back out with some runs to your name, but you'll have to reset yourself, get accustomed to the conditions again, the weather, both the weather conditions and the pitch conditions. As we talk about the pitch is a pitch here, perfect 4-day pitch out there, flat, and no real marks in any danger areas. So it's held up well, the pitch out there, and very evenly pitched, evenly paced. So it's going to be very interesting. So that brings the end of a Chemopol over. At the end of that over, the Ghana Happy Eagles, they're 109 for 3 from 40.
Yeah, those 3 wickets to fall yesterday afternoon for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Jeremy Solizano was caught by Anthony Bramble of Niall Smith for no score. Keegan Simmons was caught by Leon Johnson for 8. And, of course, Jason Mohammed was LBW to Kemo Paul for just 11. So those are the 3 wickets to fall for the TNT Red Force. As we see immediately from the southern end, the experienced Versami Pomol, who had 7 overs yesterday. 7 overs, none for 14. Of course, we know Versami Pomol is now the leading wicket taker in regional first-class cricket, with just surpassing Nikita Miller's 511 scalps. So he's now our leading wicket taker in regional cricket.
Yes, well, he's going to be trying to pitch in. There's a bit of a bowling rough outside the left-hander off stump.
Bowling, Sammy,
On target there, Bravo just getting into line. Darren Bravo, great play of spin. So he'll be quite happy to face up against Pumol. Pumol, though, always a tricky contender. Wily spin bowler.
You would think that Pumol is going to have his work cut out for him today. Another single for Bravo. Bravo goes up to 66.
Work hard,
And now
boys.
brings Jed Gully on strike. It's 14 not out of 63 deliveries.
Go G, go G.
Some of the bushfire, the smoke just blowing across the ground here.
Well flighted delivery
lovely,
and well
lovely.
played by Jed Gully, playing right in front of him as there's a man at
Get
bat
the
pad.
shout there, Sam.
Just looking to take him out of the
What is
equation
wrong
and
with
play
you
in
the pot,
front.
Sammy?
Well, in other parts of the world, as you see the Trinidad and Tobago flag as well as the Ghanaian flag, in another part of the world, in South Africa,
Work G, work G.
the West Indies, yes, they're playing the second one-day international. The first one being abandoned because of rain. The West Indies batting first. They're 249 for 5. 249 for 5. Skipper Hope, he's on 71 not out.
Oh.
End of a very good over from Versami Pomol. Second one of day 4. As you see both physios just exchanging a word or two. So this is the summary of the match so far. Yeah, both physios just exchanging some words. Very, I don't want to say evenly poised at this stage, Gordon, but this partnership between Gully and Bravo is so vitally important for the TNT Red Force. You know, as to whatever is to happen in this game, this partnership is so crucial for them.
Yes, definitely. The game is definitely not evenly poised. Advantage totally in the favor of the Happy Eagles. And that's a good pull shot. He pulls it in front of square. A long run. Race wrong. Can he get it? The ball wins that race. As it goes into the boundary fence there. Just beating, seems to be Nando out there. So it was a short ball pitched outside the off stump. He went and he fetched it in total control. So it seems like Darren Bravo is feeling it this morning. Is it going to be a legendary innings here? He'll have to bat out of his skin to get Trinidad and Tobago first to safety and then probably get this unlikely victory. Another short ball there by Paul.
Yeah, that pull shot intentionally hitting it way in front of square as Matthew Nando is posted behind square. on the leg side. So the field for Kimo Paul is 2 slips, a gully, a man out on the backward point boundary, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep backward square, and a fine leg. As Paul is coming in again, another short delivery, well fielded by Pomal. So Bravo moves on to 71. And this wicket has really played evenly throughout this game. Some live green grass at the start of day 1 as Paul goes past the outside edge. There's some green grass, live grass on day 1. But it's been excellent cricket wicket, and it's held up throughout the entirety of this game, this day being the final day of this encounter. Both teams really want to push on here. Guyana certainly with their noses in front at this stage, 114 for 3.
The required amount for victory just going under 300 runs. That's 298 runs now. The countdown to that continuing. Bravo up against Paul. Bravo just leaving it alone. And that brings the end of another pole over at the end of it. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking to get to 412 for victory. They're 114 for 3. Darren Bravo still there on 71. Jit Guli, his partner, on 14 with a 14 not out.
It's gonna be Pumol once more. Sami Pumol operating from the southern end.
Bowling, Sammy.
Guli. No run yet for him this morning.
Keep paying away, Sammy.
At this stage, it's no difficult task for Jit Guli. Just to stay with skipper Bravo. He's going along so well at the moment. Just need someone to stay. Best build a partnership.
Oh, lovely, Sammy.
Flatter delivery from Pomal.
In with a shot, Sam. Whoa. Woo,
But ball
Sammy.
again from
Just have
Pomal.
to slide
Just
the putt, Sam. Just have to slide the putt, Sammy.
changing things up a bit.
Keep working,
Changing the
Jay.
speeds, the trajectory.
First innings, Pumal got 3
Oh,
wickets,
buddy. Lovely.
3 for
Keep going,
36.
keep going, sir.
Work, Leggy.
Work, boys.
I'm gonna.
Came in and got some crucial wickets.
Get it, Matthew.
That's some important timing. But that's the end of another good over from Pumal.
Made one.
Maiden over. But you're seeing a strong intent here from the Red Force team. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force team showing that they want to be out in the middle. Of course, when they started the day, they would have had 540 balls to face. Just about 310 runs to get. Not 310.
306.
306 runs to get.
So it's going to be Kimo Paul to continue. 12 overs, 2 for 46. His returns thus far.
Driving freely there. Bravo. Well fielded. Looks like Smith.
Niall Smith, yeah, doing the fielding at mid-off.
See if the ball is there to be hit. It seems like Darren Bravo is going to hit it.
I think he's adopted the right approach throughout this innings. So far, Gordon came in yesterday with his team in a spot of bother, losing that early wicket of Jeremy Solozano, consolidated and kept the pressure on by scoring, which was so vital for his team. Quick single. Good running by these two. So the field is going to change again for Gully. Point is coming back up inside the circle. Apart from the backward point, field is staying the same. Fine leg, and the backward square is now going to enter a mid wicket, a deep mid wicket for Gully.
Coming around. Ready.
After Trinidad and Tobago were bowled out, it just on the stroke of tea on the second day for 160. I think the thoughts were that we would not be having a 4-day. There were a lot of persons who were thinking about enforcing the following on and probably not even having a third day. But here we are on the morning of the fourth day in this match. This round three match here at the Brian Lara Stadium.
Yeah, it's always been said that cricket is a great game of glorious uncertainties, and from the viewing public, certainly they would not have thought we would go on to the fourth day. And this,
Edged down to third man, 4 runs there.
yeah, so Gully gets his first runs of the morning. Soft hands and into the gap, that gap between second slip and Gully.
He was always in control of it. And just raced away for 4. Ball just coming around the wicket, trying to change the angle, trying to create something, trying to bring the ball in from the delivery stride and then forcing it to straighten. He's got 2 slips and a gully, waiting for that edge. But long forward there is Gully, middling it.
Yeah, the good thing for Jid Gully is that he's looked comfortable so far this morning. Just the 4 runs for him this morning, that previous delivery. But apart from that, he's looked solid. Ball hitting the middle of his bat, which would give him some confidence as well.
Just playing it back up
Over.
the pitch. So at the end of the over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force are 119 for 3.
And Gordon, we had a look at the surface this morning, and it looks in supreme, immaculate condition for 4th-day wicket. What are your thoughts on this, on the track? And there we see.
Yeah, the track there, as you saw there, nice. It's a green, tinge of green. It have been exposed for 4 days, so it's not as green as it was on the opening morning. I think that green on the opening morning just caused the Darren Bravo to insert the Happy Eagles after winning the toss.
Working, Sammy.
Yeah, no real alarms in the pitch, no real footmarks or cracks to speak about.
Wait, bad luck.
It's Bravo facing up against
Come,
Kumar,
Leggy.
just pushing that one out
Come to work.
on
So
the
far,
offside.
lad.
Keep working hard, Leggy.
Yeah, we're hearing Wickkeeper Bramble saying Leggy as Pomal called by his teammates legend.
Well, if you have the most wickets in the region, you definitely put your name up to be a legend.
Bowling, Sammy. Lovely, lovely.
Darren Bravo looking to cement himself as a legend as well. I think looking to bat himself back into the West Indies cricket setup. We have a lot of competition throughout the region. As that young man, Alec Atinez, has definitely been the most impressive thus far. But in this game, Salvery have also put his hand up, just tossed his cap into the selector's basket. Age will be on the sides of the youngsters, but class and competence, I think, would be on the side of Darren Bravo. He'll be focusing though on getting his team out of this game with points. He'll be hoping that it's for a win.
Yeah, definitely his first mode of operation would be to try and secure the Red Force in this game. And I think, the first hour, as we've mentioned, Gordon, is so vitally important for both teams. But I feel like, whoever wins this first session would certainly have played a big part in going on in what happens with the result of this game.
Yeah, most definitely. Though the Guyanese Happy Eagles, they're far out front in this one, although the pitch may be placid, they only need 7 deliveries really to get those nether 7 wickets, if you could break it down as such. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they require a whole 293 more runs. So even though they may win, if they are to win the first session, they definitely will still have a long way to go. But it will definitely set things up. You got to set up the win. You got to bat the balls as they come. Ched Gooley is doing just that. We know that he has another gear. But at present, he's batting for the situation. He's looking to consolidate. He's looking to probably just get past this first hour, get the score closer to 200. Yeah, he's just guiding it. No run on offer.
What I would say, though, with Gooley, Gordon, is that I don't want him to get into a frame of mind where he just becomes ultra defensive. And it almost as though he's just looking at bat deliveries. There's a lot of gaps in the field. And if you take a look at Darren Bravo, he's gone so far this morning. He's looking for those singles, looking to turn the strike over. And Gooley already facing 81 deliveries. He's soaked up a lot so far, so he definitely want to carry on. So from our Red Force's point of view, they would want him to, make use of the deliveries that he's faced and go on to get a good score. And so for him, just to keep in that frame of mind of scoring.
It's a good drive. Good football skill there by Paul.
Something that you would certainly be pleased about.
Yeah, besides getting his feet hit, he was able to just deflect it and not taking it. He wasn't really lashed. He really deflected it. So both his safety, he saved both 4 runs and saved himself in any injury. But it's going to be Paul here looking to finish off this over. It's well played there by Gooley. So at the end of 46 overs, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they are 119 for 3. Down in South Africa, the West Indies have just lost another wicket. This time the wicket of Holder. Shamsi getting him LBW. As the West Indies are 279 for 6 of 44.1 overs. Captain Shehoop is on 88 not out.
So we want to wish the West Indies team all the best in the second ODI.
Lovely, lovely.
Currently in progress in South Africa, and of course
Work
it's
in the leg, Jay.
the first time that Shehoop is captain in the West Indies in one-day cricket.
Oh, bowling,
Well, since
Sammy.
being
Or certainly being
yeah.
appointed, yeah.
Be consistent,
Studying
G.
for a couple of occasions.
Loving your work, loving
Yeah,
your work, Sam.
He's now the appointed captain of the 50 over team.
Keep going, lads. Keep going, lads.
Oh.
Yes, lads. Yes,
Bravo,
lads.
watchfully forward, just playing it back.
Well done. Doing well done.
So if you look at the field though, you have a 5-4 field, 5 on the leg side, 4 on the off.
Okay, run, no.
You've got
Save us, done, save
a
us.
slip, a backward point,
Keep working, lads.
cover, a mid on,
Sammy.
mid off, sorry, a long on, mid wicket, shortish mid wicket, silly mid on, fine leg, short fine leg,
Loving this couple
and a
over
man
from
at
us here,
backward
guys.
square.
Keep going, keep going.
Pressure, fellas. Pressure, fellas. Oh, yes, Leggy.
Seems to be a
Working,
Yeah.
keep
a
working,
decision here
Sammy.
by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They seem to be looking to save the game
Work good, Sam, work good.
because there's definitely the drop ball
Oh,
batting
ball.
taking place, where they're not looking really to
Fast work, lads.
move the ball around or look for any singles. They're just looking to keep it out. So another maiden there by Pomal. Some gloves just being dried there. Of course, when you're batting long, sweaty palms. You know a lot about sweaty palms as we see a change in bowling. Niall Smith looking to take up the attack from this other end. He's talking to his captain, Leon Johnson. Just getting some last minute instruction.
Yeah, the good thing for TNT Red Force is that Skipper Bravo is still there.
One leg. Yes.
So bowling change. Niall Smith, 8 overs, 1 for 21 so far. Niall Smith really caught the eye this season with his medium fast bowling and his ability to move the ball away from the left-handers into the right-handers as his sort of a stock delivery.
I think we'll be looking to how he goes this morning to see how much movement he gets. It's a 47 over old ball. Just on the legs.
Trouble here, danger for Gooley. Jed Gooley has to go run out. Presence of mind from Jed Gooley. Bravo is unmoved on the other end. Gooley had ideas of a single and he has to go now. Jed Gooley run out. Not the way the Red Force would want to lose a wicket this morning via the run out route. Jed Gooley goes for 18. And the Guyana Harp Eagles, as we take a look at it again, Bravo started to go and then he said no. Nandu with the throw, a direct hit. And look at the celebrations from the Harp Eagles. Gooley gone for 18. So more thoughts from Gordon Pierre.
Well, I don't know what to say about that. Really, there wasn't a run. But Bravo, if there was a call, Bravo took a couple paces down, but I think Jed Gully, if you look at it again, he took his eyes off the non-striker because he was sent back there and he continued to come. He was ball watching. And it was a good throw there by Nandu. He was off balance, but he struck the stumps. So after doing all the hard work this morning and really setting things up,
Exactly what I was speaking about, Gordon. It's almost as though Jed Gully got into an ultra aggressive, ultra defensive mode. And he was looking for a single that was not on offer. By no means it was a single. Yes, Bravo started to go, but it was just 2 paces down, and immediately he said no. And Gully continued running. He almost reached halfway up the pitch, and then trying to turn to go back.
Right arm over.
And Nandu with a direct hit. And a very, I want to say, Gordon, it's very disappointing the way Jit. Oh,
so put the door there. Again, Happy Eagles would just seem.
well, Tion Webster is the new man in for Red Force. And we see Gully scoring 18 of 83 deliveries. Yeah, he got to a point where he was just soaking up deliveries. And it's almost as though he didn't have in his mind that he wanted to score. Just adding 4 to his overnight score this morning. And to really lose a wicket via the run-out route in the longer format of the game it's so appalling.
Yeah, to lose a wicket in the longer format, and then when you're just batting to save the game, really, you're not really batting to chase any total, and to get a run out, really a lapse in concentration. I think it had me lost for words there. But
Nonetheless, it's granted an opportunity to Tion Webster. You know, of course, he would be very close with Bravo, and I'm sure he's going to get the necessary guidance from Bravo, who's well set on 72. So 119 for 4, Gordon.
Well, it's Smith. Finding a good area on the pitch there, the ball going through to the keeper.
So with the loss of that wicket, Guyana certainly with their tails up.
Just plugging away outside the off stump there. Smith. Scores in South Africa. The West Indies batting first. They won the toss and chose to bat. They're 291 for 7 in 45.4 overs. Shea Hope, he's on a 97 not out. He's at the wicket with Odean Smith. He's off the mark, just guiding that one. So he's off the mark there, Webster. The total going up to 121 for 4. And over where, and the very first ball, he got the breakthrough in a run out. Look at it again.
Go, boys!
So at this stage,
Matthew surprised me to this match, yo. Hey, boy, he looks sharp after the first catch there. Yeah, he looks sharp. Thank you, Matthew.
Bro,
They can't wait.
right, Andy.
Oh, yes, Leggy, yes, Leggy.
Come, Leggy. See this way.
Simca's good.
So Trinidad and Tobago, as I say, good morning to all our viewers across the Caribbean and the wider world. Trinidad and Tobago losing a wicket via the run-out route, and how much that will play in the mind of Darren Bravo, because he would take responsibility for that, calling Gooley and then sending him back. Gooley was looking well set as well on 18. The two had batted for quite a long period. So it's 121 for 4. Bravo playing officially, just needs to forget that, put it out of his mind, as my good friend who's coming in to the commentary position now, Joel Manning, he has definitely put Barbados out of his mind after their defeat yesterday. Good morning, Joel, how are you?
Good morning, Vidon. I'm pretty good. Yes, that victory yesterday, I'm sorry, that defeat, depending on which side of the table you're looking at, was a little sour to take in. However, it was a brilliant performance on the part of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes to really claw their way back into that game. And they nearly gave it away at the end, but they got over the line and they collected some good points yesterday.
Definitely, and good innings by Kieran Powell, century. Took the fight to the Barbadians. Never did he look bogged down. This is a delivery just outside the off. All of a sudden here, Joel, you're seeing Bravo looking flustered after that run out.
That's you.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you have a set partnership going. Things are going in your favor. Cricket looks a little easy, and then all of a sudden a mistake, and then you have to kind of recalibrate and recalculate the approach, especially when there's still 289 runs to get, some 6 wickets.
Oh.
Bravo is on 74, 26 short of his 3rd century this series, and he will know that the West Indies selectors will definitely be looking in his direction again. Good delivery there by Pomol, and not out, sees the umpire. Let's have a look at that again. Bravo is wondering what's all the fuss about. Let's see. Yeah, definitely looking as if that one
Looks straight though.
Looks a little closer there.
closer than what we saw with the natural eye.
Obviously, there's a bit of turn on offer for Pomol, so the umpire factored that in. I saw him gesturing to the fact that it appeared to be heading down the leg side there, as we see that again. Yeah, just a bit of a stick up there. I would have to take that one a review there, Vinod, if I had the option to, because it certainly does look a lot better than the umpire made it seem in terms of how he gestured going down the leg side. So maybe Bravo getting a bit of a life there, and I guess Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be happy with that.
Yeah, they must be happy. That from here and from what we saw looked pretty adjacent, and Bravo, I think, would consider himself lucky to still be there. Versami Pomol, 512 wickets in the regional first class cricket now, and that could have been 513 there for him. He's the leading first class wicket taker in the history of West Indies cricket now. It's going to be Tion Webster to face Niall Smith. Smith won for 23. Smith has this way of taking off, and he reminds me so much of a plane, Smith. That's a beautiful delivery. And again, a nothing shot really, just walking across his stumps and hanging the bat at that was Webster. Yeah, Smith reminds me of an airplane. He takes off pretty quickly, and all of a sudden, as he goes into the air, he starts to cruise.
Yeah, I was thoroughly impressed with how he bent about his work over in Antigua across those first 2 rounds of the West Indies Championship. He picked up some wickets, I believe, also in that Barbados game, which was the first one that the Ghana Harpy Eagles won. And obviously, you bring that confidence with you into round 3.
Hard worker is Smith. That's a good delivery again. bounce between these two. All of a sudden, the Guyanese seems to have a pep in their step.
That's what a wicket does. It gives you life. It makes you feel as if, you know, what one brings two. You know that old saying that you always have in cricket. You picked up one, you've broke the stem of the runs almost. You've gotten things to kind of come back to your favor. You reminded the opposition that you're here to win it. And obviously they'll be telling themselves that, like I said, one brings two, two brings three. And they'll be hoping to pick up those 12 points that you get for the win here today.
Outside the off stump, harmless. So what Webster needs to do here now is to just take his time. He's under no pressure really. He has the entire day to bat if he chooses. The track is still a good one. Of course, again, he will be coming at him. But this is a good time for him to just stay out there and bat properly. Has 2 half centuries already in the series.
Certainly will be a task for Tian Webster, but one that he should grasp with both arms, as there's still time left for him at the crease. Cuts that one backward of point. It looks like it will have the legs to get to the boundary. It hits the rope right about now. So 4 runs, the first boundary of the day for Tian Webster.
Yeah, that delivery. Keeping a bit low outside the off stump, he came down on it and was able to get it away for 4. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was actually in the air whilst he played that shot.
I would have to say well played in the end. Obviously not the best of balance, but using his hands to great effect and finding that space backward of point. Relatively open region with just a man at covering the man at mid-off in the form of Pramal. So that would add to the confidence of Tian Webster here.
Again, this one that comes back in sharply, but pushing half forward, tentatively forward. He has to, and this is because of the previous few deliveries that had him on the back foot. So this is good bowling here by Smith. Good intelligent bowling by Niall Smith.
Yeah, just feeling for it a little bit there, and as you mentioned, you're neither fully back, neither fully forward in that mid-range, and that's where you find that the batters get a bit of problems when they're not committing to coming forward onto the front foot, and they're going all the way back. And he's going to have to, you know, make up his mind how he goes about batting this period of play here.
Here's Smith. That's better, much better there by Webster coming forward. No ball signal by the umpire.
Yeah, confident stride there. You can tell the difference in terms of how he attempted to play that particular delivery.
Well, Darren Bravo is at the other end. He leans on that bat, probably wondering and pondering about what played off before. But there's a saying, you know, that feelings don't die easily because we keep feeding them with memories. So what he needs to do is to take that memory away. Just block it off. It's over. It's done. You like that, Joel?
I know, I did like it indeed. And Tian Webster will like that single as well. That was good cricket, good use of the hands, just dropping that ball into the offside. The end of another over, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 129 for 4. But yes, I did like that. You know, I glanced over and realized that you were heading into your poetic mode on that particular occasion, a bit of Shakespeare-esque, you would have to say. So well done on your part there, Vinod. I certainly cannot catch up or keep up with that.
One hopes that you take that lesson because of it. Don't try to remember yesterday at the Queen's Park Oval. You're in South Trinidad, beautiful South Trinidad, and you will get some southern hospitality today. We're here at the Brandar Cricket Academy, and of course, we are watching Trinidad and Tobago battle against Guyana. Guyana well and truly on top, as TNT requiring a further 287 to win. They have just 6 wickets in hand. 50 overs have been bowled. Darren Bravo is on 74, and probably the right thing at this point in time is Webster farming the strike, not intentionally, but it's happening just to take Bravo off the strike a bit, just to leave him, let him gather his thoughts after that run out.
Well, we'll certainly see how it plays out now as I'm not certain how much Tion Webster has faced for Sammy Permal since he's come to the crease. Obviously, Permal will favour himself as we like to talk about the matchups. The left arm spinner to the right arm batter. Getting that ball to angle in. He has Nell Smith at slip.
Get it back you. Lovely work.
And that angle that I've been talking about, angling it in towards the pads of Tion Webster. We saw some turn on offer for him, a lot more turn than I saw down at the Queen's Park Oval yesterday, although the spinners picked up wickets there. But yeah, some turn on offer here for Permal.
Well, I'm sure that your good friend Colin Murray would say that the track at Queen's Park had something for everyone.
Oh no, it certainly did on days 1 and I guess day 1.5. The seamers were the ones that really made the inroads. And then into the latter half of day 2 into day 3, the spinners really came into the game. Raheem Cornwall picked up some wickets as we see a couple spectators here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, they're coming in. It's Saturday, and I think after they do their chores, run around to the markets and stuff in Trinidad and Tobago. I don't know if it pertains in Barbados, but in Trinidad and Tobago, Saturday is the market day, so they'll go to the market and hopefully they can come down to the Brian Cricket Academy to take in the action.
Certainly similar back home in Barbados indeed. One of our Calypsonians, Gabby, who I'm certain you know, sung about it. Bridgetown early Saturday morning.
Gabby the legend, 126 for 4. Speaking about legend, let me say good morning to Lord David Harris, and across there in Barbados, and there's the president of Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and the vice president of CWI designate. That's Asim Basara to the left, and to the right of him is Amar Samaru from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And these guys are probably hoping that Trinidad and Tobago can make some sort of a fight here.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want to see fight. And that's why you say you might want to forget yesterday, but no, I would like to remember it because the fight from Leeward Islands was visible and was seen. And I would like to see the same thing here from Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Sure, the odds are stacked against them, and you think about the fact that a win is really not a possibility at this stage. However, it is about batting that time and showing that you want to be here and really putting a thought into the minds of the selectors. Desmond Haynes is here in Trinidad as well, watching on in the cricket. He is somebody that
he was at the Oval. I think he was at the Oval. Roland Butcher is here. I know Butcher was telling me, Butcher had asked me where I had put you, and I was saying you at the Queen's Park Oval because, you know, I think you're staying on that end. And he was telling me, well, you know, you can put him in South anytime you want, because if I could have brought him down every day. So I only knew that after.
To be fair, it's a decent drive from where I'm currently staying. This morning it was a bit of an extra rush to get down to this side of it. But it was a lovely drive, I must say. Nell Smith to continue here. He's bowling to Darren Bravo. Well, actually,
quick single down the ground. Just pushing and running. Good single. Just needs to start to feel that ball onto that bat again, Darren Bravo. So much depends on him here for Trinidad and Tobago. And yes, so you'd have had to have gotten up early to make the trek down south. I don't know if you came with Butch, but I know he has been here every day. And I think that you will make it. If I, you know, say, Joel, work in the South match at Brian Lara, you will make it because of the fact that John Phillips is not around to keep you up at night. Let's say good morning to good old John across there in Antigua. Your good mate, Joel Manning, is well taken care of here in Trinidad. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that.
Oh, no, I always enjoy a trip to Trinidad, whether or not it's for carnival, whether or not it's to get gyros, because I've not had one yet for my trip, but I certainly will ensure that I have myself a lamb gyro and some doubles on the trip. But no, I enjoy traveling the Caribbean. I enjoy the different aspects of culture, and I certainly enjoy the cricket, and hence why I made sure that I made my way down to Brian Lara today, because this is the final match going on right now in round 3, and it's always interesting to see, like I say, boys showing fight, and I came to see the fight today from the Red Force. Striding out at that one is Webster, no run. It's very interesting to see that there's a bit of smoke making its way across the ground at the moment. Hopefully it disappears and makes for easy breathing out there. It's relatively hot out there at the moment. There is a bit of a breeze, however.
It's hot. But in Trinidad and Tobago, I don't think it gets as hot as Barbados somehow. Barbados is scorching. I mean, Barbados is an island that I love. It's one of my favorite places in the world. You know, I think I should get Barbadian citizenship. And everything about me is a Barbadian, you know. But yesterday that defeat did not go down too well. I don't know if did you check on the health of Philip Spooner?
He messaged me, and I don't think he was too pleased with the performance. And it's understandable. As a cricket lover, as a cricket fan, you don't want to see your team, or any team for that matter, just fall away.
Well, I know Woody Richards out there. That's just an expansive drive. Lovely shot through the covers for 4. Over pitch there by Smith. A nice extension of the levers there from Webster, and that's 4.
Oh, that's certainly out of the top draw there from Tion Webster. A bit too full and wide on that occasion from Nell Smith, and no invitation needed for Tion Webster. Just had to throw the hands at a good connection there off the bat, and that boundary takes him up to 7, and he's getting into stride. He's looking good. We talked about the fact that just a little earlier he wasn't confidently coming on to that front foot. One delivery after that, he came out. It was a dot ball. However, I like to see that there from Tion Webster.
Well, this one keeps low, so 1 or 2 deliveries behaving in a naughty manner. That's 4, by the way, and goes down to third man. 1 or 2 deliveries behaving a bit naughty, but in the main, the track still remains pretty okay.
Yeah, this is some of the best runs of the runs you don't have to work too hard for. And Tion Webster certainly didn't have to work too hard for that one. Coming off the outside edge. But yeah, you mentioned that bouncing. There was one that he got back and he kind of had to throw one hand at it. It cut away for 4, and that kept low on that particular occasion. That delivery also kept low. So it tells me now that Nell Smith, if he's really looking at what is happening here, if he could just look to get a bit straighter, look to bowl wicket to wicket, you just never know what might happen. And that's when you become, or rather that's when you get into the game, where you understand that, okay, the pitch is maybe playing a little up and down. Let me straighten my line just a little bit, see what can happen in terms of a possible LBW decision.
Smith, just to compensate for the over pitch delivery, comes back off a length now. And it's the end of the over. That's a lovely view of the western side of the ground here at the Brown Lar Cricket Academy. And just beyond there, it's the highway that Joel would have come down on this morning. And behind that is Petrotrin's Oil Refinery. So that is what you get here when you're in the Southland. And at the moment, we are taking in the action, Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. It's 137 for 4. Joel Manning is in my company.
I'm in good company, indeed, I would have to say at the moment. Versami Pramal to continue into Darren Bravo. Opted to take off the helmet now. Comes easily forward to that, and Darren Bravo is somebody that over the years you have to say that when it comes to playing spin, he's one of the better ones going around in the Caribbean, not just the Caribbean but the world. He's really well balanced at the crease. He uses his feet well to the spinners. I'm always impressed with how he goes about batting spin, and a lot of guys could take lessons from him. Confident in how he comes forward, and beyond that, he trusts his defense, and that's something that a lot of the batters don't do when it comes to spin, and that is pretty much their downfall after the delivery. I'll make a quick reference to it from what happened in the game with Barbados Pride. And he's a single there, thinking about 2, and they get it quite easily.
Well,
but in
Joel,
terms of
before you go to that, you keep feeding memories. Go ahead.
But no,
your
it's all
point.
about making that reference and trusting your
Yes.
defense. I was having a chat with Zachary McCaskey, and he was batting versus Cornwall, and he was looking quite comfortable.
Bravo's back, and if you do it once and it's successful, why not do it again? He's going to come back for another 2. They're thinking about 3. Changes their mind. So the Queen's Park duo here in operation. 141 for the loss of 4, and there you can see to the back of both national flags there's a bushfire, and that smoke has been present here for the entire morning. You know, you look around Trinidad and Tobago, and we are experiencing a mini drought. Seems to be experiencing a drought for runs as well. Yes, back to your story with McClaskey.
Confident in his defense there to end out the over. 141 for 4 now. But yeah, and I made the comment on commentary that, you know, he's looking very easily, he's coming forward, and the very next delivery, he opted to sweep one from Cornwall that was full and fast, went LBW back inside, and I was confused as to why he played that shot. So the next morning on day 2, I had a conversation with him, and he was telling me that he just felt like Cornwall would have gotten him there. He wasn't feeling confident. He wasn't trusting his defense. And it was so interesting because, to my mind, looking at it, he seemed set. He seemed easy. But the mental side of it for him was that he was feeling unnerved a bit by Cornwall. And I make that point to say that with Darren Bravo, you see how confident he is in how he either comes forward or goes back. He makes a decision very quickly. And that is the issue I think our batters have. They start to question their defense. And when you start to question your defense, you play shots that you don't need to. At times you don't need to. And oftentimes it brings about your downfall.
Yeah, that's a brilliant observation there, Joel. Is Smith again, and the driving, not in total control of the outer half of the bat. It eludes backward point, and it's running very close to the boundary in time to get 3. So it's 144 for 4. Yes, that's a pretty good point you made there, and it's all about making a firm decision quickly, thinking quickly on your feet, and it's either you're forward or back. It makes no sense being half forward or you're unsure whether to go back. It's not going to guarantee that you'll be safe playing the shot, but at least you eliminate a different mode of dismissal, because if you're in 2 minds, then more often than not, you can't execute what you want. So it's going to be Smith again. He's worked really hard this morning, Niall Smith. Pitched up.
Yeah, he's into his 12th over now, and I mentioned the fact that he picked up wickets. He picked up 5 in the second innings versus the Barbados Pride. I was trying to pull up very quickly how much he picked up in the second round, but no, he's one of those bowlers that you kind of see as your workhorse, almost the one that's going to put in the hard legs and the hard yards and really bowl those longer spells. But with that, he's also quite accurate in what you can allow him to bowl those long spells as well.
No!
You talk about that accuracy, and I mentioned this a little earlier, getting probably just a bit straighter in terms of that length because of how we saw the up and down nature of the pitch, and he's bang on there and thereabouts to Bravo. I haven't necessarily seen it keep low going across the left-hander, but to the right-handers, yeah, just getting that ball straight, giving him something to almost think about, because once again, that mental aspect of the game, seeing a ball keep low, you start to question whether or not you can actually trust the surface. And if you can get batters to doubt the surface that they're batting on, then you have a better chance of taking the wicket also.
Yeah, definitely. Having him in 2 minds, whether to come forward or back. But Bravo has looked assured in the main. Smith really can't fault him for effort here. 144 for 4. And Bravo knows that he may just be 20 runs short of 100, but he needs way more than that to save Trinidad here today.
Yeah, 100 will certainly not be enough. This is certainly not a game of landmarks and milestones. This is a game of endurance. As long as he can play that endurance role, as long as he keep his concentration levels high. We saw him do it in round 2, where he batted out both innings. He came not out in the second one. today is another day where he has to do exactly that. A milestone will certainly look good in terms of ticking off another box, but in the grand scheme of things, in terms of the overall picture for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, a milestone will certainly not be enough indeed today.
Yeah, and with him being the leader as well, he's found another able ally in Tion Webster. And Webster has been in some form this season. Has counted 2 half centuries. He'll want a lot more than that today. The Guyanese will be keeping at them. They'll be coming relentlessly. As you can see, Smith running in here. Again, 2 straight.
Over. Drink.
End of the over. After more thoughts from Joel Manning, there'll be a double change with Gordon Pair and his cousin Kadir coming in.
When you say cousin, I wonder if it's his actual cousin. But drinks here on day number 4 of round number 3 between Trinidad and Tobago Red Force versus Guyana Harpy Eagles. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force looking relatively set, you would have to say. Other than the up and down nature of the surface, you have to tell yourself that no real demons out there. And as long as they can keep their concentration levels high, as long as they can look to battle through the period back towards lunch and then come back out and restart, would have to tell yourself that things would look pretty good for them. However, 4 wickets down, Guyana Harpy Eagles obviously sensing that if they can maybe take one more, things look a little different for them, as we are starting to get the blower there on the surface. But yeah, if they could just maybe take one. The question is, how do they take one? And if they can take one, how do they take Darren Bravo is probably questioning the batter that they're certainly looking for. But interesting prospect here on day 4. We're going to take a quick break, and like Vinod said, it's going to be a double change right after this.
Yeah, welcome back to Play After Drinks here on day 4 of this encounter between the Guyana Happy Eagles and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The first hour producing 38 runs for the TNT Red Force and 1 wicket for the Guyana Happy Eagles. So at this stage, TNT Red Force would require another 268 for victory, and the Happy Eagles would require 6 wickets for victory. Tion Webster has been positive since he's arrived at the crease. He's 18 from 23. And we see a bit of attacking field here from skipper Leon Johnson. Man, pad on the leg side and one right in front, the eye line of Webster. There's a slip in place as well. So intent being shown by Leon Johnson to really go for the kill here at this stage, Gordon.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, he struck. Yeah, he left. He leave alone on his boulder. My goodness me. He just shouldered the armor.
Very, very unfortunate way to go for Tion Webster. I think those two guys right in front, the eye line, really played on the mind of Tion Webster.
Yeah.
That delivery, just holding its line though. No real spin on offer for Permal. And this one just going on with the arm. And you can see a misjudgment on the path of Webster. And the Red Force have lost their 5th wicket with the score on 144. Webster goes for 18.
I think he will be very disappointed there. But it's part of the mind games, Kadir. You know, yesterday when I was speaking to Anil, and he was just working out the maths, I told him it was not always just about the maths. You know, what comes into play is the different mental pressures, the different pressures from the situational pressures. And there, the Guyana Happy Eagles captain, realizing that Webster had come out and he was looking good when he was on attack, but when he was playing that defensive shot, it was just a bit aerial in the short areas, both on the offside and the onside. So he put in the 2 fielders there, and there Webster leaving a load on the off stump.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, the Savory almost took evasive action as to signal as Webster may have been looking for that big booming drive, and then on second thoughts just choosing to leave it, and in the end it brought to his downfall. So Amir Django, wicketkeeper batsman, in now for the TNT Red Force, and definitely we always speak about after an interval it always brings wickets. Concentration levels seem to drop, and he was not that switched on, Webster.
Well, Django will have to play the innings of his life, as Trinidad and Tobago will be hoping that he can really stay out there and support the skipper. The skipper is on 80. And another skipper in the West Indies, this time the West Indies senior team skipper in the ODIs, that's Shea Hope. He got 120 there versus South Africa, 128 not out. The West Indies in their 50 overs getting to 335 for 8. And they'll be hoping that they can push on and defend that total. But it's very chirpy out in the middle. Lots of comments. Bramble looking like he wants to bat instead of keep. He's on the track.
Well, I think, you know, with those two guys in short, I think Joel Manning, co-commentator, was speaking about trusting your defense. And it's really about being assured whether you're going forward or back, and not being caught in two minds as to whether, you know, you want to play forward or just being trapped on the crease. So definitely that's going to be playing on the mind of the batters.
2 more balls in this over.
All right. Let's go.
And we know for sure that Amir Django is going to get an airful, because he had a lot to say when the Guyana Happy Eagles batted. Certainly they're going to be in his air. A lot of chirp from the Happy Eagles, as we can hear from our stump mic. A lot of encouragement for Sammy Permal.
That brings the end of another Pumal over. A successful one it was. A wicket maiden. Viasami Pumal getting the wicket of T.N. Webster. Bowl leaving alone the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They're 144 for 5. And tottering here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, so the Happy Eagles really buoyed by those 2 wickets this morning. And apart from Darren Bravo's 80, Gordon, nothing really to write home about from the other batsmen. Jid Gooley getting to 18, Webster also getting to 18.
16.
Getting to 16. So nothing really to write home about in terms of scores from the other batsmen. Darren Bravo really playing a lone hand so far, and he really holds the key for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at this stage.
But it's going to be Smith, Niall Smith, to continue here. Sporting number 46 jersey, the same number that Darren Bravo wears. Oh! Seemed to be an edge, but it died before it reached the keeper Bramble.
Yeah, things beginning to happen for the Happy Eagles. Oh, this one just probably staying a tad low from Niall Smith. And just like that, the fall of a wicket always brings some sort of a, it always feels like one brings 2.
Yeah, the energy is up. You're hearing them chirping. Not chirping, they're making the cawking, the song of the eagle. You're hearing somebody in the stump mic making that song. So the Happy Eagles are happy. The Happy Eagles are happy.
Yeah, well left by Bravo. And the equation is very simple for Django from our seat in the house. It's just to really bat with skipper Bravo, but we know conditions and the motions and everything is going to be playing on the mind of Django. But I think, being a professional, you got to take all those things out of the equation and just do what you're accustomed doing.
So Smith turning at the top of his run. Charging in here from the northern end. And that's a good delivery. Bang on target. Bravo just playing it out on the onside. Bramble is up right over the shoulder of Bravo. A lot of mind games being played out there.
I don't think the pitch has changed much. It's just the fact that they've gotten those 2 wickets, and as immediately after getting a wicket, it seems as though pitch is doing something different, playing on your mind. Another good delivery again from Smith. Operating a very good corridor at the moment. Hitting that 4th stump line. Encouraging Bravo to play.
And I think the Windward Islands, they've wrapped up the victory at Providence in Guyana, winning by 181 runs. Bowling out the Jamaica Scorpion. He just flicked it off the legs there. Into the boundary fence. Bravo. Gets into the 80s here. He's on 83.
Yeah, just strain on the pads and just tickled fine. Fine leg was a lot squarer. So Bravo picking the gap.
So he goes on to 83. So Bravo trying to get to his 100 here. Just stopping Niall Smith. Strong wind blowing across the field. blowing a couple of leaves across the pitch, probably just distracting skipper Bravo. Just about 17 away from what would be his third century in this season. It's a beautiful drive, but well fielded.
Over.
Good feeling as we hear some of the youngsters who were just training at the back of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, but some very good feeling there. Getting out the full stretch and dive was Salvery.
Yeah, slightly uppish from Bravo. Good feeling nonetheless from.
So there we see the youngsters there in their cricket uniforms.
Yeah, these youngsters are part of the base academy, Badger Academy of Sport and Education.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves. It's good to see young ladies. You know, recently the West Indies, they had their high performance center, introducing some of the younger ladies under the age of 23 into that center. And this morning I was watching Haley Matthews playing in the WPL in India. Third on the chart in terms of cricket, in terms of runs. And at the time when I left home, she was second on the chart there in terms of wickets, behind Eccleston and Akhtar, I think. Turning this one on the leg side there, Django.
Oh, let's go, sir.
So the women game flourishing here in the Caribbean and around the world.
Oh!
Django just turn this one off the hips. They'll go through for Steve just for one. Yes, and that game there between the Mumbai Indians and the UP Warriors earlier on today. The Mumbai Indians losing their first game, they were unbeaten in 6. They fell to the Warriors, the UP Warriors this morning. Mumbai Indians just scoring 127. Haley Matthews stopped scoring in 35. And then the Warriors are chasing it down 129 for 5 with in 19.3 overs. So the UP Warriors winning. Haley Matthews representing the Mumbai Indians. She's been a very important part of that team.
Come Ghana. On and move.
But back to action here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. The sun is out in all its glory. Cricket, glorious cricket. Quick single. Running through quickly there, Bravo. Getting that single. Trinidad Tobago looking to get to 150 here. Approaching 150 there and 147 for 5. Of course, they need to get 412 for victory. The Ghana Happy Eagles, they're in pursuit of just 5 wickets. The morning session here, you know, the 2 wickets to fall this morning, I think, both to lack of concentration. One with the running, where we had Gully being run out. The ball coming off the pad, and he just was hearing down on Bravo, and Bravo sent him back. A direct hit by Nando, and he was at sea. He was in no man's land. But it's going to be a bowling change as Beaton takes up the attack at the northern end.
Runs unbeaten. 6 overs, none for 18 so far. first spell of this morning's proceedings. 149 for 5 after 57 overs. In fact, it's one. Yeah,
This is
148.
150 for 5 according to the scoreboard. And beaten just outside the off stump.
Ransford beaten, operating with 2 slips, a gully. Man out on the point boundary. Cover, mid off, mid on. Deep mid wicket and a fine leg. So Ransford beaten with a predominantly set offside field. Certainly we would be looking to bowl that channel outside off stump.
Charging in. Oh, bang on target there. Bang on target. Beaten. Bravo. Looking to really bat long here. He's on 84, trying to get to what would be a deserved 100. His team will need a whole lot more than that. Well played there.
Yeah, Bravo just being a lot more watchful
You lovely put
after
like
the
half
loss
and half.
of that wicket, Tion Webster. It feels like he has to go back into a shell to really try to save this game for Red Force.
Beaten on the other hand would be looking to get a wicket here. Bravo just guiding the handball out. Square the wicket on the offside.
So 151 for 5 according to our scoreboard here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Right arm round, 2 to come.
Django. Just the 1 for him so far. 1 from 6 deliveries. Really needs a match-saving knock here from the wicketkeeper batsman. Well played by Django. Beaten bang on target in his first over. Had good figures of 4 for 31 in the first innings.
So Beaten charging in. Well played. He finds the middle of the bat. So at the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 151 for 5. Bravo continuing his vigil here. His vigil.
So Pumal has bowled unchanged this morning from the southern end. Really doing a lovely holding job for his skipper, and of course that wicket would give him a huge boost of confidence.
So he's bowling to Bravo. Bravo who has impressive figures in first class cricket. He's played 107 first class matches, 185 innings, not out on 10 occasions. He scored 6,379 runs, a highest of 218, average of 36.45.
Yo.
And if you go to his test
Yeah.
career. Even more impressive. At first class, though, he has 14.
And this one is badly
100.
lined. And it's going to run into the fine leg boundary. Runs the signal from umpire Wright. So fine tickle from Bravo. Gets him up now to
89.
89.
If he's to get this 100, it's going to be his 15th first class 100. He has 14 already. You want to convert this one. I think none will be more important to Trinidad and Tobago cause than this one.
Yes, Reg.
Just playing it back up the offside.
Work.
Come, Sammy.
Right, yeah, Joe. I think a bit of a chance there as he gets to and goes into the 90s.
Yeah, just taking the bottom hand off slightly, playing it with soft hands, landing just in front of Imlak,
Keep working it, Sammy.
who's at first slip.
Work, lad, G.
So Pumol here causing a bit of a bother. He's in.
Oh!
Just turning it off the leg. A lot of oohs and ahs as Bravo played it off the back foot, just in front of the pads.
Come in, lad, G.
So Bravo.
So
Yes.
leg slip just came in for that delivery, Kimo Paul.
Yeah, so they've got 3 catchers, 3 men right around the bat.
Work, G.
And he just pushes up on the onside. So at the end of that Versami Puman over, the Red Force 157 for 5. Django on 1. Darren Bravo on 91. The Trinidad and Tobago in pursuit of 412 to win on this, the final day of this round 3 match here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It's going to be beaten once more. Coming in from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to the new batsman, Django.
Now, could you, this tactic you're seeing here, Django, he's faced a number of deliveries. He's not looked like he wants to score. It seems like occupation of the crease is his prime mindset. Do you agree with this tactic, or do you think that the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force batters should be just a bit more positive than they have been?
Well, I think, firstly, it's about getting acclimatized to the conditions, what the pitch is doing, what the bowlers are trying to do. But I think the primary thing is that once the ball is in your half and you're confident enough to play your shot, you don't hold back. But obviously, the mindset would definitely be to bat.
That's a beautiful shot through the covers into the boundary fence for 4. So that's the answer to my question.
Yeah, just like that. It was in his half. It was asking to be at a full delivery and coming forward quite confidently and beating that man at the cover point boundary. So Django gets his first boundary.
And the youngsters in the stands, they'll be happy with that. The high elbows. Yeah, just pushing the right leg down. As we see some of the fans who have come in here. Some of them would have just come from making their Saturday market. And they would be there just deciding to come in and see what's going on here. It's been an enthralling contest. It's not been the slam, bam, thank you, madam type cricket. You've seen the Guyana Happy Eagles really shown their grit. They've also shown a good tactical awareness. In addition to having the technical ability to do it on the track. Beaten though, he'll be looking to steam in here and give of his best. It's not a track that is offering much to the faster bowlers on this day 4.
I think it's offering just enough, you know, once you put in that effort. And you're going to get something out of it.
Good carry, just as you talk about it. Good carry, pitching on just about that 4th stump area. Django not interested though, shouldering the arm. He got a bit of movement in order. And it continued with the angle. Of course, he's coming around the wicket. The two batters just having a bit of a discussion there. But it's beaten. Looking to finish off this over strongly. He has 2 more. He goes wide outside the off stump. Django not interested, just shoulders the arm, allow it to go through to wicketkeeper Bramble.
Yeah, but I think, you know, the approach from Django, the mindset must be to put away the bad deliveries. You know, try keeping out the good ones. And just try to take over the scoreboard as well as occupy the crease. You don't want to give away a wicket, you know, at this stage.
So, one more delivery in this one. And then we're going to have a double change. Joel Manning and Vinod Mamchan. VM and JM is going to replace us at the commentary booth. At the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they won 61
Keep going, boys. Keep going, boys. Keep going, fellas.
for
Keep
5.
Thanks a lot to Gordon and Kadir Mohammed. So it's 161 for the loss of 5. As I say, good morning again once more to Joel Michael Patrick Manning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. It's always interesting every time I come to Trinidad and people ask me, you know, with regards to my family relations, and I always say, funny enough, my father is Patrick Manning, because that is true. Just not that Patrick Manning, the former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, but Patrick Manning is my father.
You're quite right with that. So I'm on here with Patrick Manning's son. It's 161 for 5 at the moment. So Bravo is on 91, 9 shy of a 3rd century in this regional 4-day tournament. And what a feat that is from him. Should give him a lot of confidence moving forward. So he has a lot of company. There's a leg slip, a leg gully, silly mid-off, and a first slip. So this is good thinking here by Johnson. I like Johnson as a captain, and he's putting pressure on Bravo.
No, he certainly is, and it casts my mind back to the conversation that we had on commentaries a couple overs ago.
Bad delivery, pulled away for 4. Nandu was taking cover. Luckily, he had a helmet on, and that was really a bad delivery there from Purmall.
Certainly meat and drink for Bravo, somebody who spent a lot of time at the crease so far. Angling down that leg side was also short, and Bravo just need to get back onto it. He gets enough, and that takes him ever closer to another 100 here at the first class level.
So a leg slip is in place, a leg gully, silly mid-off and first slip for a man who has faced 176 deliveries. But Johnson is doing the right thing here. It's all about a mind game. We know cricket is all about mental, and he's nearing a century, so you want to add that pressure. Tossed up. Bravo is driving, and he's gone! He's thrown it away. Darren Bravo is caught for 95. He can't believe it. Look at it.
He can't believe it, but the Harpy Eagles can, and right now they're soaring here in the south of Trinidad and Tobago. They've taken the big one, the big wicket, and they are certainly sensing a victory here for Sammy Pramal, the man with the golden arm all day long. He picks up another one. He's given it air on this particular occasion, inviting that drive from Darren Bravo, an expansive drive, but he cannot get it past that man at that wide mid-off position. And the Harpy Eagles, they are sensing something now.
Really a nutting delivery, so to speak. Bravo looking to drive through the offside and looking to go aerial because of the fact that there was a silly mid-off in position. So I think the field setting had a lot to do with that dismissal as well, Joel.
He's walking back, and he knows that 100 was out there for him. He knows that his team was depending on him, not just as the skipper, but as the man with the most experience in this lineup. Once again, there for Sammy Pramal, the skill and class and guile of him. Gives it air and a brilliant catch, you would have to say. Not much time for him to take that one. And oh dear me, oh dear my.
Bravo has to go 5 runs short of a century. And you can see here the Guyana Harpy Eagles, they're celebrating. They're very happy at the moment. So they're saying they want to wrap this up before tea.
Well, having taken the skipper, it's certainly looking likely a possibility for them. However, Imran Khan would like to say something different about it. He's no slouch with the bat. He can spend some time out there. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will still have a small measure of belief, even though the scales are tipping heavily in the favor of the Eagles. But can something happen? Can somebody else put up their hand and bat time, spend time, occupy the crease? That's the question here today.
So Pramal has taken 2 for 34, and now he has moved to 514 first-class wickets, the most in the Caribbean. Went past Nikita Miller, 511 in the first innings. This time he's pushing, he's gone! Khan is given out, caught behind. He's standing there in disbelief.
Imran can't believe it, but Guyana Harpy Eagles can. I heard the edge up here. My hand went up instantly. And, well, from bad to worse.
Well, he's refusing to walk. He has now decided to walk away, and he's still looking back. Let's have a look at this.
From the commentary position and through those stump mics, I heard something as the ball passed the bat. Was it the edge? I was convinced it was. The umpire was as well, and the umpire's decision is what matters in this case. Imran Khan still cannot believe what has occurred. But for Sammy Pramal, he strikes again, that left arm of gold, playing away from the body, and he only has himself to blame on that particular occasion. He attempted to cover the line, but his hands just went away from the body, and well, he's got to go back without troubling the scores. Further trouble for the Red Force, 165 now for 7.
Well, I'd like to see that again. Brian Charles, in the meantime, is making his way out there. Our producer should be bringing that back up for us pretty soon. Imran Khan looked totally befuddled.
He was certainly in disbelief there, but like I said, as soon as it passed the bat in real time, I heard something come through those stump mics. I put up my hand instantly, and the umpire joined me right after. But I think, like I said, Imran Khan only has himself to blame there. His hands went away from the body, and it goes back to what we were talking about in terms of being caught in between, in that in-between area. Neither forward, neither back. He was trapped on the crease, and well, his arms were taken away from him. A brilliant catch behind, and well.
He's on a hat-trick now. Silly middle forward short leg, 2 slips waiting. He's now decided to move the second slip into a leg slip position. In fact, he has now added another slip. So, very attacking field.
Bring on the shot to lead.
Pramal is looking to apply even more pressure. Obviously, not just because it's the hat-trick ball, but they sense that they're in the game. They sense that something can happen. Bramble is there chirping. The boys believe. Hat-trick ball here for Vasami Pramal. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Brian Charles.
There he is. Just to add to the drama, he's decided not to deliver.
Like your boss up shot.
Just out of the reach of Paul. They take one.
You can always tell when the team senses victory as we see that delivery from Pramal again. Oh, just turned away. Actually fell a lot short of the man there, Kimo Paul, at leg slip. So no real chance on that particular occasion. The hat-trick ball survived. But you can always sense when a team knows they have the upper hand. You can always sense when they smell blood almost in the waters as a shark would. Yeah, and I believe that Vasami Pramal is coming here. He's coming again. He knows that there's wickets here on this surface for him.
He play the slug, see if he want. He play the slug, see, man. Go near you yet, you know.
Thinking that man out that deep mid wicket come even finer around to his left.
Good work, Shamar.
Single.
It's so interesting how wickets can cause the indecisiveness when it comes to even something like running. You know, that little bit of uncertainty and unsurety because you don't want to fall or have another wicket fall. Another over, though, comes to an end. A successful over for the RP Eagles. 167 for 7 now. The Red Force.
So Pramal has now 3 for 36. All of a sudden, this match has turned on its head. Aaron Bravo, I think, would have been the last hope for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And he's on his way back. 95. You will have nightmares about that shot.
Certainly, and it's so interesting because it's a shot that we've seen him play time and time again, and hence why he would have trusted. He's extremely confident playing this spin. He would have thought that he would either gotten it a lot further to the right of that man at the widest mid off, or even get the elevation. But unfortunately, coming off probably lower half of the bat on that particular occasion, and well, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Changu, just allowing this one to go by.
If you were Django out there, Bernard, how do you maneuver this particular situation at this point?
Well, I mean, Brian Charles could hang wrong. If I were Django, I would understand that even my position in the team could be under threat. So I will play accordingly. I will look to just stay out there at this point in time. Let's play to lunch. Lunch is just what, 20 minutes away? Let's play to lunch. And see what happens after. It's a unique opportunity for any batsman to go out there, spend time. You know, there's no pressure in terms of getting runs. As you said very early on, winning this is out of the question. So it's just a matter of staying out there, playing cricket, play yourself into form. There's still 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, certainly with 2 rounds to go, a couple players coming back from West Indies duty would have an opportunity to play in rounds 4 and 5. Yeah, certainly a chance for some of these batters to stake a claim on their place in the side. It's always going to come down to that mental side of the game. Can you keep the negative thoughts out of your head and bat with a clear mind? Because ability is not the question. We always say that when it comes to a lot of our cricketers. Ability is not the question, but it's really about that application. Can they apply themselves for the next 16, 17 minutes? Can they apply themselves after lunch?
It's driven beautifully down the ground by Django. He'll go back for 2. And we're coming back for 3 now.
Brilliant work there by Savory. He's got the pads on. He's sprinting down. And that is the effort that you see from a team on top. But a lovely drive that there by Amir Django.
The on drive is one of the more difficult shots in cricket. And he played it beautifully.
Time over to you.
Yeah, it always speaks to the balance of the player when you're able to play back down the ground like that. It really takes a lot of balance at the crease. So that's certainly good signs for him.
Pomal giving some advice to Ransford Beaton. 2 veterans on this side. Beaton hasn't got no wicket just yet, but has bowled well. It's been a very good performance here by Guyana.
Certainly a commanding performance, and you kind of almost expect it from a side like them who do extremely well at the first class level.
Oh, that's 4. Did he get bat onto that? We wait on the umpire. Buys. So Bramble would not be happy with that. 170 now for 7.
Bramble's looking at the umpire and questioning the call on that particular occasion. There we go. The umpire actually cancels his signal and will now call leg buys, and I think that will put a smile on the face of Bramble. He was certainly disappointed there. Obviously, no keeper wants to see his tally go up, and I really thought it had to come off of the pad the way it jumped a bit to the right, or rather to the left of Bramble.
Clearly off the pad. It was very close to the leg slip in Chemo Paul. That's quick. End of the over. 174 for 7.
So often Ransford Beaton's just a little deceptive in his pace. Sometimes gets to you a lot quicker than you might expect. He's one of those bowlers that you say hits the bat hard. He really put in the effort there though, but comfortably under it was Brian Charles, and I'm pretty sure they're counting down the minutes now to lunch. If my clock is correct, it tells me that 14 minutes of survival are needed here for the Red Force. Pramal, though, he will have something different to say about it. He's picked up 3 wickets now, 3 for 35 from his 18 overs, inclusive of 6 maidens, going at just under 2. And that pressure is still on. Men around the bat, in front and behind. The wicket is turning. The pressure is on. How does Amir Django navigate it?
Django, right man on strike here at the moment.
Keep going, Sammy. No run. Look. Go.
And Johnson now asking that man that was that short maybe to just take some strides back towards the boundary, probably expecting a big shot.
Oh my.
Instead, Django just comes confidently forward in defense. You would have to tell yourself that in a situation like this, you really shouldn't think that Django should be going for what you call as that release shot.
Lovely. Loving it, God.
And with that said, Johnson now asks the man that was on the boundary to come back in.
So they relax the field a bit. Siliminov comes out, and leg slip goes to the backward square region. Still a slip though, and forward short leg in Nandu, who's lived under that helmet for the entire match.
No single, man.
You can chip on that shit if you single. Come, Sammy. Leave him when he comes, Sam.
Ah, no,
Oh.
no.
Janko still looking to be positive here. It's the end of the over. 174 for 7.
I could hear through the stump mics that were saying that this is where Brian Charles will be, or rather, this is where Django will be looking for that single, hence the change in feel. They thought that he might have used the feet to get down the pitch. However, he opted to go back, look to work it past point. Couldn't get the run. It means that Brian Charles will now be facing once again to Ronsford Beaton.
That's 10 minutes to lunch here on D4. TNT just 3 weeks away from falling to defeat here at the hands of Guyana. TNT playing 2 matches in this series so far, winning against the Windward Islands. They got a first innings there, and in their second match in Antigua against the home team, they also got a first innings as well. So this is their first defeat. Pending.
You say pending. Somebody in Guyana would say inevitable. But no, certainly. You want to see that fight. You don't want to, before lunch, be able to say, well, hey, they're going to be skittled out and fall away. You want to see hard cricket, even if they do fall away at the end of the day and don't make it over the line in terms of the wickets. You want to see that fight. Trapped on the pad. And he's gone. So Ronsford Beaton strikes. And Brian Charles has to go.
Yeah, but that looked good. Charles struck on the back leg. He's indicating that it's the inner part of the thigh. But let's have a look at it again. Well, I think that might have been sliding down the leg side.
No, I think I want to side with the umpire on this particular occasion, even if it's a case of umpires call clipping the leg stump. But no, hitting the back pad there on that particular occasion, I might be inclined to say that it would get piece of that leg stump. So I would have to give a fair call there for the umpire. But whether or not we choose to go with him, he's gone with it. And, well, just 2 wickets left now for victory for the Ghana Harpy Eagles.
Uthman Mohammed is going out there. Well, if a wicket falls here now, they could exercise the option of the extra half hour and keep your lunch waiting.
Well, I do enjoy lunch, and I have enjoyed the food here thus far in Trinidad and Tobago. But for the sake of cricket, I could hang on. The umpire tells him 7 minutes till lunch as they asked. I think that they would want to stay out there, so they're looking to take that wicket. They don't want to have to come out here after lunch. You mentioned the fact that, yes, it is hot out there. The wind is blowing, the flags are fluttering. But when you sense victory, when you sense the momentum is swinging towards you, want to keep out there, you want to play that cricket. And I guess we'll see if they're able to pick up that additional wicket, get that extra time, and have a good run. The last batter for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
So with Johnson off the field, Pamal has taken over. Oh, that's quick. Good delivery to greet the new batsman. So Beaton has a little pep in his step now.
I talked about the fact that he's just very deceptive at times with that pace gets onto you a lot quicker. That delivery before that one that we now saw just slid on to Brian Charles. You could almost say he didn't get up maybe as much, but it was extremely fun. Like I said, hit the back pad on that particular occasion now from beating just that little deceptive extra pace from him. Once again, just not getting up out of the surface. And when Niall Smith was bowling, I talked about the fact that if these bowlers can bowl straight, if you come wicket to wicket, you bring that LBW into play, especially in terms of how the wicket has been bouncing for the day.
Low. Yeah. Some deliveries have been keeping low as well. Uthman Mohammed turning the bat on that one. That's a dangerous ploy. He wants to show the full face of the bat to the bowler.
Kicking out to the surface, Bramble takes it above the shoulders, and most keepers enjoy signs like that. Just one delivery left now in his 10th over. Figures of 1 for 26.
And he did indicate that he was going to bowl at his boot prior to that delivery, and he did exactly that. It's the end of 64 overs, 174 for 8. And just 5 minutes again to go to lunch. TNT 174 for 8. They're limping.
So he's limping along. Not much force left in the red. But Amir Jangu would like to think that he's capable of standing out there and batting. You always hear at times like these, in scenarios like these, players asking the umpire after every single ball or every single over, what time is it? The umpire let him know 5 minutes till lunch. Can they hang on for those 5 minutes without losing a wicket? From a mental standpoint, you might want to say it might almost be a victory somewhat for the Red Force if they're able to not lose another wicket before lunch, head inside and just delay what some might want to call the inevitable at this stage. Field is spread at the moment. Actually, no. Pramod asking Kemo Paul to come back to leg slip.
Putting that pressure on Jangu.
I would have to tell myself that in a scenario like this, Jangu is going to look to at least bat 5 out of the 6 deliveries here from Rasami Pramod. I guess as a bowler, you almost relish scenarios like this where you can just look to string together some deliveries, knowing that the batter is not going to come at you.
So keeping it tight. Christian in the air of Jangu, who has been in the air for all the Guyanese players when they were batting. So they're giving it back.
The thing about situation like this also is that with Jangu not going at the ball and them not looking to really, I guess, turn over the strike, it means that Pramod can get to his over extremely quickly. And in a scenario like this, it means that Ron Shabita will have another chance now to get him maybe one more over before lunch. Mohammed. They opt to take the single here now. So Pramod will have 2 deliveries that he can bowl. No.
Pramod in his 20th over.
And this is the scenario here that I was referring to. how many deliveries does Django allow him to face? And well, it's certainly interesting times here on that particular occasion. That ball just turning past the outside edge of the bat.
Oi.
Well, Mohammed sees him out, and I think that should be,
Go, boys! Go ahead, boys!
well, 1 minute to go. And I think we may well have one over again.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we just get one more over before lunch. And you'd have to tell yourself that Django will bat all 6. There's absolutely no reason for him to take the single here. Bat the boys to lunch and look to come back out, reset and restart afterwards, and see how long you can take it. How many minutes can you take out of the game after lunch towards that tea period? So it's going to be beaten. 2 slips a gully. Man out on the boundary at point. Sending a man back to cover on the boundary also.
Django keeps one out.
I'm thinking back to delivery that Darren Bravo got from around the wicket from one of the seamers, and it kept low just outside the off stump. For Beaton, with this angle, just get it a bit straighter onto those pads, just around that middle and off type of area.
Again, just coming onto the front foot there, Django. Just wants to take it to after lunch, see what happens. Just have that lunch break. So a lot of pressure on the TNT Red Force batting. A number of players haven't really clicked.
I think batting not clicking has been a tune for all the sides that have lost, or I guess on the verge of losing in this round. You think about Jamaica Scorpions and the fact that across 2 innings, or rather in their second innings, they stood up a lot better. A couple of guys got half centuries in the second innings, but still, after the performance in the first innings, they were pretty much out of that encounter, and the Windward certainly capitalized on that Barbados pride. They started well, got 322 in their first innings, and then 78 all out in their second innings, so their batting faltered. And funny enough, the Leewards, their batting faltered in the first innings, but by bowling out Barbados pride for that 78, and like I said, they clawed their way back into that game and gave a good showing in the second innings, with Kieran Powell getting that 100. Jamar Hamilton supported him. And then here now at the Brian Lara Stadium, it was a case of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, their batting not answering the call.
Coming over now, Amir, right arm over.
So he's going to change up now. He's going to right arm over.
Sure.
Middle stump.
Hey, see if I spot it.
Just 2 deliveries left now to navigate. They strengthen that slip cordon now. 3 slips and a gully.
Again, repeat shot.
Permal now asking Nell Smith to come from that fine leg area out to square leg. So 1 delivery left to negotiate before we head towards that luncheon interval. And Django is in behind it. And that is time. So the Red Force, they get to lunch 175 for 8 A job well done, you would have to say, by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They're clapping and they know that they're on the verge of something good for them. A victory here would mean, I believe, by points that they stay at the top of the table, and that's a position that they would want to be before heading home for the final 2 rounds. Home advantage favouring them, but 175 for 8 and 66 overs. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Amir Jangu at the crease, and he will hope that after lunch that he can stand out there a bit longer and pretty much stake out the bowlers of the Harpy Eagle side. But we're going to take a break here now, and when we return, we'll find out how this contest ends. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Day 4 of round 3 of the West Indies Championship. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force went to lunch at 175 for 8. 237 runs still required, but runs don't matter here. It's only a case of wickets and time. And with that said, it means that the Guyana Harper Eagles, they are 2 wickets away from their second victory here in this year's championship. It'll be interesting to see how things go here after lunch. A pair of Amir Jangu and Uthman Mohammed there at the crease, and they're going to be hoping they can spend some time out there and delay things for the Red Force. However, rumors are that the Harpy Eagles have called the bus, which tells me that they're expecting to wrap things up fairly soon.
Yeah, certainly it's an opportunity for Amir Django to get some runs under his belt and to actually, get some confidence heading into round 4 of this West Indies 4-day championship. Well, certainly Versamy Pomal is going to have other ideas of that. It's going to be continuing from the southern end. Bowled the entire first session unchanged this morning. All of 20 overs, 3 for 37. Got that prize scalp of skipper Darren Bravo just before lunch. Bravo going for 95, 5 short of what would have been his 3rd century this season.
And he starts with a bluff. Just checking things out here. That pressure still on, that pressure that we saw before lunch for the Harpy Eagles. 4 men are on the bat, steady mid on, steady mid off, a man at a leg slip, and the man at conventional slip in the form of the captain, Leon Johnson. Just narrowly missing it there. Too much turn, you would have to say, on that occasion. From Versamy Pomal. Mohamedo would tell you that he covered the line well on that occasion.
Yeah, played the line of delivery. Some slight turn on offer for Pomal.
There's an appeal there, but no bat onto it. A stifled appeal almost.
The Red Force coming out this morning, Joel, and would have certainly had hopes of batting along.
They're wrapped on the pad and not out, says the umpire. So things are getting closer for Pomal, you would have to say.
Yeah, definitely a lot straighter this time.
Get it! Oh, boy.
This time Mohammed weighing a blow on the shoulder. It's a bit of bounce from Pomal. Wily customer is Versamy Pomal. All of 514 first class wickets.
Punches that one away, and that's going to have the legs to get into the boundary. So he dropped it short, did Versamy Pomal, and Mohammed was onto that one in a flash.
Yeah, good shot from Pomal. Bit short, width on offer, and well played by Mohammed into that gap. And picking up 4. So Mohammed is off the mark. Just one delivery to come in this Pomal over.
You can hear Bramble asking him to just start it a bit straighter. Starts it straighter. But a dot ball to close it out. So 4 runs in the first over after lunch. 179 for 8.
Yeah, that 95 stands out for the Red Force in their second innings. 95 from 177 deliveries. Spent a lot of time Darren Bravo certainly eyeing another 100. Nothing else from the other Red Force batsmen.
Yeah, Bravo certainly would have been the one that they would have needed to really stay out there and bat the entirety of the day if they were to survive what has been an entire onslaught from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Like I mentioned just before lunch, that is a shot that we've seen Darren Bravo play often, going up for that expansive drive through that cover region. Well, on this particular occasion, it just brought about his downfall. You saw the disappointment on his face because beyond just getting to the landmark of 100, he knew that he needed to be the man to stay out there. But it's going to be Ronsford Beaton to continue now for after lunch. And he starts with one wide of the off stump.
It's an area that has brought about success for Darren Bravo, and the entire extra cover region was open, so you felt like just right of Sinclair, he would have certainly gotten a boundary, but a smart catch by Kevin Sinclair. And credit to Versami Pomal. Bravo was resisting it all morning long and just lured into that booming drive.
Gets a little straighter there, but still outside of that off stump from Beaton. Just before lunch, we were discussing the fact that with the up and down nature of the surface, some keeping low when they were bowling to Bravo, if we could just get it closer to the off stump, probably start just on off with that angle back in, something could possibly happen there in terms of another possible LBW shout for them.
Yeah, definitely. With that up and down nature, it tells me that wicket to wicket would be the best place to be. Django's driving, can't get past Savory at mid-off. But it would be interesting to see how much deliveries Django gives Mohammed. Maybe might take a run on the 4th delivery.
Yeah, it's certainly gone to that stage where he's going to have to be the man to take majority of the strike, and I'm sure he doesn't necessarily want to expose Mohammed to another over for Sami Permal.
No run on offer for Django. 2 deliveries to come from the Ronsford Beaton over. I'm sure Django is looking for a gap somewhere to get up the other end.
Yeah, he's looking for a gap, and the Harpy Eagles are starting to plug those gaps. The man that was down on the point boundary has now come to that conventional point position. Fine leg has come up and now towards a mid-wicket position. Nandu has come across towards a short cover.
Lets this one go by. So maybe he is putting some confidence in Mohammed and facing for Sami Pomal.
He's faced with that very interesting task of not wanting to take that risk required to get the single, but also still at this stage wanting that single. Just one delivery left to know. It'll be interesting to see if Django opts to still leave outside that off stump, or if he will just take a chance and look to run it down somewhere. Well, Beaton doesn't give him the chance to get arms to it, so you would have to see a good over there from Ronsford Beaton. A maiden 179 for 8.
Yeah, Beaton just going a bit wider, and Django not choosing to go after that one. So it means that Mohammed is going to have to face up to Pomal.
Yeah, I do believe that Beaton would have been doing exactly what his skipper would have required from him on that particular occasion. Find any means possible to keep Mohammed at the other end. Of course, the Harpy Eagles will be telling themselves that there's a better chance, especially with what we like to call the matchups of the left-handed bowler to the right-handed batter. Also, I mean, you don't need to say it, but Mohammed is coming down the order as well.
Yeah.
That one just popping up into the offside, but not getting towards Nando, and Bramble is now signaling to Nando to just get even tighter there.
He's going to step or two closer. Well watched by Muhammad. And Uthman Muhammad, though, on first class debut against Guyana, he got a half century. I think it was up at the Queen's Park Oval a few years back. Well played again from Muhammad, growing in confidence, you'd have to say.
Gives that one ear, and Mohammed says thank you very much. Deposits that one all the way over long off for a maximum.
Yeah, tell you what, Joel, I think the top order batsman would be happy with that. Flourish of the bat, high elbows, lofting it over long off, picking up a maximum. So Mohammed definitely growing in confidence.
For a man batting at 10, he would certainly tell himself that that shot should probably bring him a couple steps up the order.
No change in the field for this delivery. Well played again from Mohammed. Keeping it down, those two fielders certainly plays on your mind as a batsman. You know, you have to get over those deliveries. I think the key is not to push at it, but to allow the ball to come to you.
Oh, Mohammed survives another Pramal over. 6 runs from it, 185 for 8.
So it looks like a bowling change from the northern end. Kevin Sinclair, just the 1 over for beaten after lunch. Immediately Leon Johnson going to his other spinning option, Kevin Sinclair.
I certainly think it's a good move from them. Sinclair not picking up a wicket just yet in this innings from his 8 overs. However, in terms of the situation that you find yourself in, I think that Sinclair is a wonderful option to give Amir Jangu something different to think about. He's been negotiating the pace and seam of Ronchard Beaton. And now it's time to negotiate the off spin of Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, definitely, and that man is coming back at bat pad on the leg side.
Gets back and cuts that one. And he opts to take the single off the first delivery of the over. So we question whether or not he'll be shielding Mohammed from the strike. We've gotten our answer because he's taken that single, and no, Kevin Sinclair would tell himself that, okay, let me try to get 5 deliveries here now at Mohammed.
I'm just wondering if it's the smartest thing to do at this stage. Mohammed so far playing the situation smartly.
Opting to stay around the wicket to the right-handed batter as well, and that one just going across him with the angle of the arm. Catches the cry, but it will not be caught today or tomorrow. Instead, it's going to be 4 runs to Mohammed.
Yeah, Mohammed with another safe shot. Mid-off in Pumal was a lot wider, and he went straight and picked up another good-looking boundary. So Mohammed definitely growing in confidence. 14 now. He is gone past Django's 11.
Comes off the edge this time, and it will be a couple runs for him. He's not going to have the legs to get into the boundary. Picked up just about now. Nell Smith doing the fielding there. So 2 more runs to Mohammed. 2 more runs to the total of the Red Force. But more importantly, another delivery survived for them.
Yeah, definitely. So 1 more to negotiate for Muhammad.
Just evades the diving hand of Selimedov. So another over comes to an end. 7 runs from that Kevin Sinclair over. 192 for 8 now. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
Yeah, both batters just trying to bat some time, get some scores under their belt, heading into the following round. Pumal once more.
This will be the first time since lunch that Django will now be facing up Chippermall. An interesting field set at the moment. A man just back on the boundary, a couple steps inside of the cover boundary. A man at long on. And Django was back and covering this one. There's a man out at deep mid-wicket. They moved the man from the offside to what is somewhat of a short fine leg, a short wide fine leg position.
I think they're definitely giving Django the option of getting a single to expose Muhammad. Bit of an in-out feel at the moment.
Legit.
192 for 8. Joel, you would think that the Happy Eagles would certainly be looking to wrap things up as soon as possible.
They certainly would. Any team in that position would like to take advantage of the additional rest that you can get heading into the next round. They also have to travel ahead of that as well. Opts to sweep, but can't get it past the man that was set there on the leg side. But yeah, any chance that you could get to put up your feet, relax, think about having to pack that bag before travelling, you would want to take. And obviously with 8 wickets down, just 2 needed to secure the 12 points for the win, along with the batting points and bowling points that they would have gotten from the first innings. So at this stage, it's almost that annoying period of not being able to wrap up the tail. But the fight goes on for the Red Force, and for all those watching in Trinidad and supporting Trinidad, they'll be happy to see that they're still out there digging it out, grinding out. 192 for 8. Some 71 overs have been bowled in this innings now. Which tells me that we're 9 overs away now also from the new ball as well. And it's a case of when they get there, do they opt to take it, bring back their seamers and see if they can wrap it up. So a lot to consider out there for the Harpy Eagles. They have the options because they're in the driver's seat at the moment.
Yeah, that would certainly be the thinking from Leon Johnson. It's going to be Kevin Sinclair again from around the wicket to Muhammad.
They've taken out the man from Selimedov and put him into a second slip. And probably maybe tells you in terms of type of deliveries more so that Sinclair will be looking to bowl here.
Well, this sort of a tactic with the off-spin operating from around the wicket to the right-handers, something we've seen throughout this game. Brian Charles did it for most of his overs, the right-handers. Sinclair opting for the same sort of angle. So Muhammad showing some fight, showing some grit. All of 27 deliveries he's faced. Tossed up delivery. This time Pumol is a bit straighter at mid-off.
Covers that one easy. So negotiates another 6 balls. Frustrates the Harpy Eagles even further. 192 for 8 now for the last 3 overs.
Stringing together some maiden overs. Harpy Eagles. But I think, you know, at this stage, you know, it's just a matter of just getting some confidence, facing some deliveries. Just looking forward now from a Red Forces perspective.
Can't get it past Savory. The pads doing the work on that particular occasion. Yeah, I think from a mental perspective, they'll be asking themselves, can they bat to what will be that first water break after lunch? And if they can bat to that first water break, can they bat to tea? It's just about all those small moments. So they've managed to bat some 20 minutes thereabouts right now. Can they bat another 20? Another 20 on top of that puts it at the hour for the water break. And if they can do that, that will certainly give them some confidence. That will put a smile, a small smile, given the scenario and the situation that they find themselves in. But it will still put a small smile on their face, because it meant that they've been able to, you know, show that fight and show that grit.
Yeah, most definitely.
What it may also do is cause the Harpy Eagles to have to kind of switch it up a bit from the mold that they found themselves in, because Pramal has been bowling well. They expect that he might be the man to wrap things up for them. A single there to Jangu, and with the new ball on offer, as you mentioned, it might just cause him to maybe have to kind of switch the strategy a bit, and even that, from a psychological perspective, it's just a small win for them as well.
Yeah, definitely. And what it's doing, it's just causing Leon Johnson to have to think with the feel a bit. As now there's a man at a shortish mid-off for Muhammad.
What it tells me is maybe they're going to ask him to continue playing his shots. Pramal probably might look to give it some air, because they have the long off along with the man that was that very short mid-off position. Look to invite the swing, but Muhammad says no thank you. And another maiden over. The score remains 192 for 8. We're at that stage where the mind games come into play. That shot of Darren Bravo there, he would probably still be thinking about the fact that he could have been the one still in the stun. Instead, he's under the tent and in the back of his mind hoping against all odds that his boys could really stick it out and grind it out. Kevin Sinclair to continue.
Well watched again from Chango, but definitely he'll be bitterly disappointed. Bravo. A lot of expectations would have been on his shoulders this morning.
I think when he looks at the overall picture of this game, he wouldn't necessarily be too hard on himself, even though he wanted to be out there, but he would look at it from a team perspective, hopefully, and say, well, at the end of the day, holistically, our boys still need to do a lot more with the bat. I'm trying to recall the conversation that I would have had with him over in Antigua after he scored that second 100, and to my mind I do recall him saying that, you know, there's still a lot to be done for this Red Force team. It's a case of more people putting up their hand when required and doing the hard yards and putting in the work so that ultimately they can have the performances that they expect of the side.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in this game in particular, the openers have not done much in terms of getting those scores on the board.
Looks to get back Django and get it past the man at cover and beat him, but he can't. And with that, another over comes to an end. The score remains 192 for 8.
Yeah, and I think when some of the batsmen look back at the way they were dismissed, you know, certainly Jit Cooley this morning being run out, which is very unlikely in a longer version of the game, this being a 4-day game. You know, it's really uncalled for in the circumstances. And then Webster just a lapse in concentration, leaving alone a delivery and being bowled. And then yesterday afternoon we had Jeremy Solozano just strangled down the leg side. Nothing delivery from Niall Smith. Some of the modes of dismissal I think they would be bitterly disappointed with. And it's a case where they need to go back to the drawing board and try to get better and look forward now.
Well, still 2 rounds left in West Indies Championship after this. The next battle for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be down at the Queen's Park Oval versus the Barbados Pride. They scamper a quick single. And they get home comfortably as Brambles unable to gather. But that matchup between Barbados Pride and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force should be a very interesting one. Some keen battles there, as we see a keen battle there between the runners and Savory. And on this particular occasion, they get home safely. But certainly a lot of historic battles between Barbados and Trinidad, so I do expect a keen contest down there at the Queen's Park Oval. Barbados Pride will be looking to bounce back from the humiliation, almost you would have to say, of their second innings batting woes, which ultimately costed in the game. And well, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force will be looking to improve on whatever the result is here today, because I still don't want to count them out, because hey, who knows what Django and Mohammed can do.
Yeah, definitely we don't want to cast any aspersions on the batting pair. But definitely looking forward to that Barbados Pride and Red Force game. It's certainly going to be a mouth-watering clash. Barbados with a couple of young fast bowlers really bowling well. Jerry McAllister in particular this time. A quick single. Paul can't stop that. Yeah, I think Jerry McAllister has really caught the eye so far. You know, this season being his first season in first-class cricket.
Well, he certainly has. He's worked up ahead of steam, and he's really fired it in, the young man. The end of another over, 195 for 8 it is. But yeah, Jerry McAllister, to my mind, probably one of the quickest, if not the quickest, that has been going around in this first-class tournament so far. Still a little raw in terms of his lengths and lines occasionally, but when it is there, trust me, it is there. And he's picked up some wickets. What Barbados Pride will also have coming back for them will be Akeem Jordan, yes, he'll be coming back as well from West Indies duty. He didn't get a chance to play in the test matches, but he's picked over 10 wickets so far in this first-class tournament, so Barbados Pride will be happy to see him return. Dominic Drake's bowl well. They will also have the skipper, or rather the services of the West Indies skipper in Craig Rathwaite as well. So certainly a strengthening, you would have to say, of the Barbados Pride side. And you look at the Red Force, 1 or 2 also looking to come back in
I think
to
maybe
the fold as well.
Joshua De Silva. But it sort of gives the selectors some headaches with the the low run of partnerships that we'd have on top the order with Solozano and Keegan Simmons. So maybe we may be looking to the regional club tournament here to get some performances and really get some changes into that team.
We see there Django on the ground. As we mentioned before, there's extremely hot. And he's taking on some fluids there. Obviously, at this stage, Red Force would want him to still be out there and fully fit and healthy. A couple tablets taken.
Yeah.
I can't get the zoom lens out there to see exactly what it is, but Django's going to hope that they work for him.
Definitely a lot of work to be done for Django. Relatively untroubled since lunch. I'll be hoping to continue in that vein for as long as possible. As you've mentioned, that water break, that first hour after lunch. Sinclair to continue.
75 overs bowled in this innings so far, which tells us that we're 5 overs away from the possibility of that new ball being taken. If they don't get these wickets, will they take the new ball? I think that they should, but will they is the question.
Yeah.
Opts to leave that one. Does Django? He's played very well and very confidently today. He's been decisive in terms of going forward and coming back. And he's dropped. So the chance that the Harpy Eagles were looking for is put down by Ronsford Beaton, and a man of his standard, he will know that he can do a lot better than that. Probably caught sleeping, you would have to say, given how things have gone after lunch.
Yeah, it looks to me that he was just caught a bit napping. Ronsford Beaton. Chance goes a begging.
And it's so interesting that just before that delivery, he was that long off. They asked him to come to mid-off. The chance was presented, and the chance was put down.
But the thought process of Django to go aerial at that stage, Joel, been going well so far. Why try to manufacture something?
Well, it's all about that patience factor, and to me, I think he probably lost the patience there because it's a case of, well, he still wants runs, he's still thinking runs, but unfortunately in a scenario like this, runs simply do not matter.
Yeah. Well watched by Mohammed, played with soft hands. And Mohammed is showing fight on the other end. He's showing that he's willing to bat, he's willing to play the situation. Don't think there's no need for big shots, scoring shots of that nature. This one is in the air, just short of Pumal. Another half chance for the Harpy Eagles. At the end of it, Red Force 196 for 8. And we're going to have a double change. Vinud Mamchan and Gordon Pear are going to take over from
Yes, as we continue this coverage here of the third round match between the Happy Eagles, the Ghana Happy Eagles, and the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The Trinidad and Tobago Red Force tottering on the brink of defeat, but the Happy Eagles, they're up and ready, looking to just get these final 2 wickets here after the lunch break. A bit of a regard action by Mohammed and Django.
Yeah, well, these two looking to turn tied a bit. It's going to be difficult, but it's good that Django is getting time out there in the middle. We want to spend as much time as possible. We all know he's a very talented batsman. Has a lot to offer Trinidad and Tobago. This time he's short, and having said that, plays a bit of a naughty shot. There's no one down at third man and at the backward point region. So Trinidad and Tobago under the gun, so to speak. Say good afternoon and thank you to Kadir Mohammed and Joel Manning. Good to see Kadir Mohammed making the right. Did he make the right turn today, Gordon?
Yes. He made the legitimate turn as we arrived here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
It's always an issue for Northerners, you know. When they come south, they always make the wrong turn.
Yeah, I think, and I'll continue after this ball. The police officers, hats off to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, but I think they must learn to understand that when you're coming from the northern part of the country, sometimes you're not okara with the rules in terms of going up a down street or one-way street, etc., and vice versa, of course. When
But even if you come from the north, you could read street signs, you could read signs, you could read directional signs. That's a lovely shot for 6, is it?
Yes, it's gone all the way.
Slug sweep. Django. He loves to play in this mode.
And with that, he brings up the 200.
202 for 8, and Django goes on to 20 now. What a shot there, Gordon. Yes, Gordon.
Yes, he's definitely showing some intent here. As
you had a very stern message for the
I have a message
protective services.
TPS, when especially the officer asked for a license and insurance, and he'd have seen the license was from a northern part of the country. I think he should use his discretion there. That's where the discretionary choice of the police officer, of course, Mr. Boswell, PC Boswell. I want to say a pleasant good evening to him. I hope he's having a very, very good day.
Good afternoon to PC Boswell. Hope that continues to serve, to protect and serve.
Yes, I think probably we need some of. I hope Utman uses better discretion as he continues his vigil here. This guiding that one pass.
Runs here.
I think he'll be able to get 2. Just jog 2 for 2 runs. There's both batters showing that I think the higher order batters, what is possible if you just stay in the crease. This wicket having no demons. Very, very good 4th-day wicket. You saw this morning just a bit of a rush of blood by Goli. He just took off for a single that was never there. And since that, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force have been unable to recover after what was a steady start. There's a shot by Utman.
Yeah, but that's Mohammed. A hoik more than anything else down to deep mid wicket. The thing about Utman Mohammed and Django is that they're playing their shots. Utman might have faced 47 deliveries, but he's played some shots in that. And Django in his 22 has struck a 6.
Yes, so Utman on 20. Utman on 20, Django on 20. And Kevin Sinclair there just getting onto a good length. The batter just coming forward and playing it back to the bowler.
It goes very wide of the crease. He has to be careful.
So that brings the end to another Kelvin Sinclair over here. At the end of the over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 205 for 8, looking to get to 412 for victory.
Well, I was looking at Sinclair bowl that last delivery, and he's coming very close to cutting that return crease. If he cuts that return crease, it'll be a no ball. So he has to be careful now. He wants to go wide to get the angle. We understand that. He has to be careful. And coming into the attack now is Pumal, 3 for 55. You know, it's always frustrating when you see a guy like Purmall who has dominated regional cricket. He has the most wickets in first-class cricket in the Caribbean, yet at the higher level, just can't seem to penetrate, can't seem to get the results you would want him to get.
Well, I think it's it signals it's two tails. It's firstly the tail that we in the Caribbean we have a problem, you know, within recent times of playing spin, of having batters who can play spin effectively, and two, it also it probably just signals the gap that exists between the regional tournament and the international tournament.
I take your point. I think you may also want to factor in there. And this time he struck at short leg. He's down for the count there. And
Seem to be been struck in the unmentionables. Holding, oh no, it's on the hand, so that's good.
unless his unmentionables moved there. I was struck in the hand.
A bit of a chance?
Oh, come on, you're naughty. You're a wicked man.
But if the ball goes to hand,
Ooh, that will hurt.
yeah, that will hurt. Just on the forearm there. You know, there's not a lot of meat in that region.
Hey, go off, boy. Hey, go off, go off.
Well, unless you're muscular like Jason Passad or Joel Kerry David Phillip.
Well, I'm watching the West Indies homepage, and a very muscular man is on the homepage, Big Rakeem Cornwall. Of course, he led the Leeward Islands. There he is there with some magical figures, taking 6 in the first innings, and then scuttling the Barbados team, taking 5 in the second.
11 in the game.
And you see the fielder is coming off.
Yes.
So he's going to be
Is that young
replaced.
Savory? Looks like the young Savory. Yes, it is. Young Savory's coming off.
No, that's Savory. That's Amlik.
It's Savory.
Savory.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here is Savory, of course, would remember this match. He got his first class century in this game.
Yeah, he started well. You know, just 3 matches and already has a century and a half century. In the first innings, he got to 44. So he's showing the ability to build an innings. Mohammed will want to build a 1 here. Long for the full face of the bat. Sometimes these lower order batters look like top order batters.
Yeah, they take a lot of pride in their batting. So Trinidad and Tobago Red Force 205 for 8. Much better effort than they had in their first innings, but they have a lot to thank their captain Darren Bravo, who unfortunately fell 5 runs short of a century.
Yeah.
And he continues to bat wonderfully well in this season, and I think he's definitely going to get a look in that three-team tournament that comes up at the end of this series. The champions will be coming up against an academy team and of course a select team with the best of the rest in this tournament, and that's a team that Bravo would find himself on. I don't think he could be denied a spot in that. And from there, once he does well, I think he should be back on the West Indies team.
Making a pretty strong case for Darren Bravo back in the West Indies team, Vinod.
Well, he has made that strong case himself, Gordon, to be honest. 2 centuries and a 95. I mean, look at that when you think that runs are at such a premium in the Caribbean tournament.
Yes, most definitely. I'm forced to agree with you. Yeah, but Django showing the full face of the bat. He seems like he's not ready to pack up and go home just yet.
Back and cuts well. Protection down there at deep point. Only 1, so he's under 21. This is an ideal opportunity for Django to bat. Just keep on batting. Uthman Mohammed has shown that he is very capable with the bat. So there's no need to shield him. And all Django could do, being a batsman, is to try to give off his best. Utilize this opportunity to just bat.
Yeah, I think definitely he should just be using this to get some runs on the board, get some time in the middle. Even though you may think that this is a lost cause, get yourself ready for the next game. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago, they finished their next two fixtures right here at home. One at the Queen's Park Oval and the other back here, finished closing up against the Jamaican Scorpions at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. This is a shot from Uthman. Bouncing out to the fielder there at the square leg region. So at the end of that over, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're 207 for 8. Seems like there's ball change, if I'm not mistaken.
Look. Sandy. You can catch.
Purmall, as they're saying that it's time for the new ball. So it's a new ball that has been taken after 80 overs.
So a 33-run partnership here for the 9th wicket. And it's going to be Purmall to continue from the far end. 49 overs remaining today. Uthman Mohammed is probably saying, what's the big deal about that? Okay. Driving through the offside. That one comes back and takes the inside air, drops along the ground. Let's have a look at the replay. Big inside edge there. Luckily for him, it did crash into the stumps. Django telling him, don't be so adventurous, but I can understand his thinking. A line of 3 players inside the 30-yard circle on the offside. This time he plays a French cut.
Coming down pretty late there, Mohammed. I think he'll take a walk away and just refocus his thoughts. Playing that one on the back foot. Rushed early. Would have been better suited to play it off the front foot.
Probably has a very thick inside edge to that bat. So it's clear that Purmall is attacking him on the leg stump.
Come, Ghana.
And just pushing that one out into the offside.
Sammy, the line, they got come fuller.
What's going on?
The Ghana Happy Eagles, they've been very patient. You know, normally a team that has such a massive lead and with 8 wickets down, they'll be looking to finish things up quickly. You haven't seen the added pressure, the ring of fielders. Of course, they have a new cherry now, so I think you're going to see the faster bowlers returning.
Yeah, Niall Smith is going to take the attack up at the northern end. Osman Mohammed 21, Amir Chang with 21 as well.
Nice little partnership. 33 accumulated thus far. This is the game-saving partnership, Vinod.
Well, it's a long, long way away. So far, we've seen these two resume since after lunch. And they have batted just 9 minutes short of an hour, 51 minutes together. So they've taken away an hour in the second session. And when one thinks about what transpired earlier with some of the more recognized batsmen, had they shown some sort of responsibility to the cause, who knows what could have happened here.
Yes, most definitely. 48 overs remaining in the day's play. If they bat another 18 overs with 30 overs to go, I think thoughts of a survival may just spring alive. Hope springing eternal may just be in the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force camp.
Well, Gordon, Smith is back, and we'll see how that goes. He's going to get that extra bounce with the new ball.
Yeah, he was also stuck delivery, so just move that delivery away from the left-hander into the right-hander. He has 2 slips a gully. And the wicketkeeper waiting for that edge. So Niall Smith, the youngster, steaming in. And immediately we see the carry through to the keeper. Not getting his radar right. Just a bit too wide outside the off stump. Django not interested.
So he wants to tempt Django to drive through the offside with just a short cover and mid-off in position on the off. So once he gets it anywhere away from those two, that'll be a boundary for him. Of course, using the pace as well of Niall Smith. So that's the ploy. 2 slips and a gully waiting for the edge as well as the wicket keeper. Django is showing a lot of restraint here.
Yeah, in scores from the match in South Africa. We have the South Africans, that's the one international, the South Africans replying to the West Indies 335 for 8 from their 50 overs. The skipper, Shea Hope, getting 128 not out. They are the South Africans in reply, 194 for 3.
Yeah, the South Africans going at a rapid pace. What the West Indies needs to do is to continue taking wickets. You can get a wicket or 2 there now. You can really bring them back in that contest.
Yes, and at 197 for 3.
Good line there by Smith, just on and about that 4th stump.
So that 197 for 3 is from 26.5 overs. The captain of the South African team, Timber
Bavuma, is he still there?
Yes, he's on 94 not out from
Wow.
84 balls.
Got a big 100 in the second test match.
He's battered himself into form. He was under pressure in that second test match, coming off a pair in the first. Long forward there, Django. Showing steely resolve. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force showing that they're not yet ready to pack up things and go home. They're still looking to bat on here. Niall Smith steaming in here. Nice rhythmic approach. And he's shot outside the off stump. Oh.
That one kept low.
Yeah, bounced it before it got to wicketkeeper Bramble. So definitely a very easy pace pitch. So short, it kept low, and it just went through to the keeper. Smith will try to get this wicket. Yeah. Big offer by
Over.
Django. Fielded out in the cover region. And Kimo Paul just taking a relax there. Probably thinking that he's on the beach on a Saturday. With this healthy sunshine, he may just be thinking about visiting the Maracas beach. Or say he's on this side of the island, he could go to the Clifton Hill. You know that?
Yeah, that's a good beach. Warden.
+6. You come out with +2.
But first they'll have to get past, as we see, the apple trees there. Looking quite brown.
Yeah, I'm worried about the apple trees because when the apple trees look like that, you wonder if. I'm glad though that there are no patrons on that side of the ground because sometimes the patrons they smoke a cigarette or so and just carelessly throw it in and amongst the apple trees and it can just burn down. It's good that the apple trees, although it's looking a bit brown, it's still
Alive.
and well.
Well. Looking at coming a double change as we see Beaton to come in from the southern end. So it's pace from both ends. Pace like fire. Is it fire in Babylon?
Let's wait and see.
Short one there from
And the hardness of the
Beaton.
ball is allowing it to bounce a little more. Handled well though by Uthman Mohammed. 3 slips a gully waiting. There is Mr. Amar Samaru. So he's coming to pay you a visit.
I think there's Mr. Butcher with him.
Yes, Roland Butcher, former England Test player, now West Indies selector. He has been keeping. Samaru has been assigned to ensure that he's well taken care of, just as how you have been assigned to take care of Mr. Joel Manning. So the Barbadians are well taken care of.
Yeah, of course, we love to take good care of the Bajans, our fellow brothers. Of course, one of the most dynamic leaders in the Caribbean, the Grand Lady, Madam Maya Motley.
Yes.
Mia Motley, one of the inspirational leaders. Oh, so the short stuff has been pulled out of the bag.
Yes, they're going to fight fire with fire. Again, he's getting a bit frustrated. They want to end this. And these two have been batting for quite a while. And at the end of this over, we soon come up to an hour after lunch that they have not been separated at all.
Yeah. Good partnership. Not much runs, but at least in time spent at the wicket. It's down the leg side. And it's going to run into the boundary fence. Let's look and see the signal. So it's come off of the bat. So 4 runs there for Mohammed. He's moves on to 25. He'll be eyeing first class 50 here, Vinoden.
Yeah, well, it's going to be beaten again. It's Wukani struck him and it should be out here. He falls to the ground. He has been given out by the umpire, but it's a nasty blow that Uthman Mohammed has received.
He struck on the shoulder and he's calling for the physio to come out.
And he has been given out. He's looking very surprised that he has been given out. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Well. The umpiring has been less than impressive. That struck him flush on the shoulder.
Yeah, flush on the shoulder. The bat is nowhere near it.
The bat is definitely nowhere close to that. Let's have a look again. Oh my.
Wow.
There's daylight between that. In
Wow.
fact, the gap between bat and ball is as broad as Broad Street in Barbados. And that's, well, and the umpire's laughing. He's seeing the funny side of things. But I don't think Mohammed would see the funny side of it. This is very, very unfortunate indeed. Look how wide that is. It's as wide as the Essequibo River. And he has been given out court off his shoulder. Well, I think we should take our break at the same time. They've called the water onto the field, and it's 211 for the loss of 9 wickets, and Beaton gets his second wicket, and the umpire gets his first. We take a break.
Yeah, John would not have fond memories of the first innings. Was out LBW, very first delivery he faced. So let's see how he goes here. Ransford Beaton. Good rise in delivery by Beaton. Successful over for Ransford Beaton comes to an end. An over in which he got Uthman Mohammed bumped out.
A lot of heads shaking around, questioning whether or not that ball did indeed hit the bat. We can certainly tell you it did hit the shoulder. And, well, questions are being asked there. The answers in front of us are telling us 211 for 9, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Amir Jangu has been out there for some 73 deliveries. He's been a thorn in their side. That partnership between himself and Mohammed was what you would have to say one of the better ones that we've seen from the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force today, and you just question if they could have put together maybe one or two more of those. What type of position could they have been in here at this point? Instead, they're staring down the end of the barrel, and at the top of it is Nell Smith. This delivery wide of the off stump, and Django is not going to be tempted into playing at that one. Nell Smith just picking up the one wicket in this innings.
Yeah, Nell Smith 1 for 44 into his 15th over. Django has been battling. He's been doing the necessary to hold up his end of the stick. 211 for 9 represents not so good for Red Force.
Yeah, certainly not a good position to be in, regardless of whether or not you're questioning umpiring decisions. It's certainly not a good position to be in at all, and regardless of how this game turns out, whether or not by some stretch of the imagination they manage to bat out to the end of the day, or whether or not the more likely result of being bowled out happens, a lot of thinking will need to be done by the management team. A lot of questions will need to be asked of the batters for the Red Force.
Yeah, certainly that issue needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed quickly, because there's not much of a turnover. You know, we're back for the 4th round next week Wednesday, so just a few days to get it right, to put things right. But definitely, you know, we've seen a fight, a partnership by Django and Mohammed, and yeah, Joel, you really ask, what if, what if a partnership up front, what could have been? I mean, all of that is behind us now. You know, definitely the captaincy of Leon Johnson has been on show. He's been marshalling his troops well, and definitely looking from a Guyana's point of view, he's going to be bowing out of first-class cricket at the end of this season. What a stalwart he's been, and I'm sure he's looking to take with him the trophy, the championship. I'm sure those other teams are going to have other ideas about that, but I'm sure that's the thinking from Leon Johnson.
Well, he has been one of the more successful captains at the first-class level, not just for Guyana, but also across the region as well. He's led them to quite a few titles, and he certainly would want to leave with one as well. If we look at how things could potentially shape up across this round, Ghana will collect some points here and probably stay top of the table as well. I believe they head on to play Jamaica next.
I think.
Maybe, I could be wrong on that one, but I think so, because their contest with the Windwards is the final one.
Yeah.
And when you think about that, and you think about the fact that the Windwards won in their last encounter, what can the Windwards do against the Leewards? How does that play out? We could be in for an interesting final matchup on that last round in Guyana. But here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, 211 for 9 after 84 overs. The Red Force, just one wicket needed for victory. Ronsford beaten. He's picked up 2 so far. He has the ball in hand again, and he'll be looking to wrap it up for the Harpy Eagles. On the other side of it, Justin Manick. He's just faced the 1 delivery. Can he face 6 more?
Yeah, Justin Manick. He does have a sound defense, but this is a different situation altogether for young Manick. Just 21 years of age, and of course in his debut match.
3 slips in a gully waiting, but he's in behind it, and Django just offers a clap to him there after that delivery. He's going to have a lot of clapping to do, does Django. If Manik can just stand out there and bat. But still good to see that he's egging on his compatriot and saying, well done, Manik. Negotiate the next delivery now.
Yeah. Well, Manik has 3 slips, a gully, backward point, mid-off. Pad on leg side, short delivery, and Kimo Paul, who was at leg slip, was in the game for just a second. Landed in front of him. There's also a fine leg in Niall Smith. So definitely looking to... Beaton certainly hitting the deck hard in this spell.
Certainly, well, that's what you need to do with a new ball in the hand. For those wondering, yes, the new ball has been taken, and of course, the new ball will do a bit more out of the surface. It's by far harder. It will offer you some movement as well, and Beaton is putting the effort behind it. And that effort gets them almost a wicket. That ball just falling short of Leon Johnson at slip. They nearly thought that was the victory there. Bramble just looking to come across and probably nab that one. But it was just too wide of him and falls short of Johnson. So almost there, but no chips just yet for the Harpy Eagles.
Yeah, hearts and mouth sort of stuff for young Manik. Landed just in front of Leon Johnson.
Johnson actually taking a step up now at first slip. It pushes at another one, but this time it races away a backward of point, and that one is going to run away into the boundary. So the first runs off the bat for Manik, and that is greeted by a cheer by those down in the Red Force tent.
Yeah, certainly opened his account in first class cricket. Justin Manik. It's been a tough learning curve for young Manik. He didn't pick up a wicket in his bowling effort, and he didn't get off the mark in his first innings with the bat. Certainly a minor, certainly a minor milestone for him. Angle down the leg side.
You say minor, but I promise you that's fairly major for him, given this smile that I could see coming from beneath that helmet. It was glowing as if the sun was beneath there. And it was always nice to get runs, regardless of whatever level you're at in primary school cricket. Your first runs, deserve to be celebrated with ice cream. On that occasion, they were celebrated with the claps by his teammates.
Yeah, definitely. Always want to get off the mark. One delivery to negotiate for Manik. Short delivery again. And at the end of Ronsford Beaton's 14th over, it's 2:15 for 9.
We questioned, could Manik survive 6 deliveries? He's answered that and says yes. And beyond that, just ask the Harpy Eagles to stand in that hot blazing sun for a bit longer here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Appears Leon Johnson might have done some damage to his finger with that ball. It just dropped short of him at slip as the physio has now made her way onto the field. Just a bit of running repairs. It looks like it was just a bit of ice maybe being applied to the fingers on the left hand of Leon Johnson. Those ones that fall in front of you are always the tricky ones. They just get a piece of the finger, then all of a sudden that bit of a blood shot, the blood is throbbing, and it's ever so annoying to have. Yeah, it just looks like he's rubbing some ice now on that thumb. There's Leon Johnson.
Yeah, almost caught in no man's land, really. You're not able to go forward. The keeper also just shadowing at you. And of course, it's coming at quite a few rate of knots. So you're not able to really launch forward. Always a difficult place to feel, first slip.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, he's going to make his way back to first slip. And with it also a change in the bowling. It's going to be Versami Permal, the chief destroyer, thus far. 3 for 55 from his 28 overs. He's been given a change of ends.
So he's going to be up against Django.
It's going to be interesting to see how he goes with his harder ball. Obviously, with that, I would say, softer, older ball, it was gripping out to the surface, turning a bit. This newer ball probably will rush onto the bat a bit more. So almost a change in tactics, you would have to say, from Django.
It's going to slide on a bit. Django is going to take the single on offer. So it's going to expose Manik for 4 deliveries.
I would like to think that with the experience of Pamal, he's going to be looking to just push it onto the pads of Manik. Going on with that arm ball, that slider type delivery with the angle in. The ball going to skid off the surface, given that it's that new ball. Look for that LBW decision. Probably look for the ball down. Probably the better option here, as there's a man at short leg, a man at leg slip.
Yeah, just sliding on with the arms. Not going to grip this brand new ball. And there's not a lot of spin in this particular surface. So Manik just needs to be a bit watchful.
Oh, Lord. Darting onto that pad there, Manik. However, they opt for a single, a bit of confusion. But in the end, no damage done. Thought about it, decided against it, said, hey, let's get it here. And in the end, opted against it.
Well defended by Manik. Long forward, smothering any chances of it zoning in Ozim's pads.
Goes for that sweep and is going to run away into the boundary right about now. It's actually, in fact, signal leg byes by umpire Leslie Reefer. So another over navigated. Some 86 overs now gone in the second innings. 220 for 9.
It's going to be beaten to continue from the southern end. Django, who's faced 81 deliveries for his 22, really looked to put his head down and bat and really get some confidence and a bit of a score on his belt. Runs were beaten from around the wicket this time.
Negotiated easily by Django. He's looked good for these 82 deliveries that he's been at the crease.
I wonder what is the mindset from Django at this stage. You know, with the writing on the wall, you have to say last man in Manik. What's the thinking from Django?
The thinking can only be 2 words: not out. He has to come not out. That has to be his thinking here. Regardless of whatever happens in this innings, he has to be the man, as the more established batter at the crease, the one to come not out. There's absolutely no sense chancing your hand in this moment. I talked about the fact that really and truly runs are not a part of this particular equation. It's all about time. And I think that even if he doesn't get up to what might be a landmark figure, he can look at the landmark figure in terms of the time that he spent at the crease.
Yeah. Short delivery. Pulled in the gap. 4 runs for Django. Pulled way in front of square. Actually in mid-wicket region. And picking up 4. So this moves up his score to 26.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm with you. Just time out in the middle. Feel some balls on bats. Get that ball hitting the middle of your bat, and that just might be his thought process.
Well, beaten opting now to switch his tactics and go over the wicket. Django, in response, changes his guard. Obviously, we have to just open up now his stance a bit more, with Beaton coming over the wicket to him. And that delivery burst through the hands of Bramble, and instantly they're calling for the physio. Oh my goodness, that is a dirty blow that there to the face of Bramble, something that you do not want to see in cricket. Hopefully,
It
it
doesn't
missed
look good.
everything important for Bramble. Yes, we're going to need the medics here instantly. That new ball, that hard ball bursting through the hands of Bramble, and oh my goodness, yeah, not something you want to see in cricket. The extra pace, probably just getting his hands into a bad position there. Bramble, probably just a little extra bit of movement after it passed the bat, and it burst through the gloves of Bramble, and he is now on the ground. Yeah, just that uncomfortable height for the keeper, just around that shoulder area.
Yeah,
And,
not a pretty sight. Medics just coming out onto the pitch, but yeah, just after it pitched, that slight wobble before it hit the glove, just doing for Anthony Bramble on this occasion.
Yeah, the fielders around tell you about possibly what they saw there and the type of damage that it did, because instantly they were waving their hands. Instantly they weren't even willing to look and see what might have happened to his face. And that probably tells you the extent of the damage done to Anthony Bramble here. Something that you definitely do not want to see in cricket.
Certainly a nasty blow for Bramble.
Yeah, and it's just that new ball, that extremely hard ball. Also the fact that he's going to be very hot out there as well.
Well, he hasn't moved since he assumed this position just after the ball hit him.
There's also that factor of the concussion factor to be considered for Anthony Bramble as well. They're probably going to have to take him off to get medical attention, certainly at this point.
Just not good scenes for wicketkeeper Bramble.
Yeah, we certainly do hope the damage is not too extensive for him. The head probably throbbing at this point. And here we see again just how it happened, and you instantly see the concern of those in slip as they know. Thankfully, he's up and walking. So those are good signs for now. But obviously that concussion factor will come into play as well. We do hope that Bramble is going to be okay after this.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm with you on that, Joel. Really hope Bramble is well, it's certainly a good sign that he's able to walk off on his own.
Yeah, it looks like it just got him just maybe around that right eye, probably just in the corner of it or just above it. You also factor in that's around that temple area as well. So definitely not good. And they're looking at the ground, and I question whether or not there's blood down there on the field as well. It certainly looks that way in terms of the spot that they're standing around. So an open gash, you might have to tell yourself there for Bramble. You see Leon Johnson talking about probably where it actually hit him, and just around that right eye area. So there's going to be some swelling around that area, going to be throbbing as well. His body is extremely hot, having been out there.
Yeah, Leon Johnson just indicating as to where it may have hit him. Yeah, just above or just side of the eye. meanwhile,
A slight break in play if you just joined us. Anthony Bramble picking up an injury. They're just going to probably throw some sand over it. I could actually make out the area where the blood is also. So it tells you that a lot of blood actually came from the head of Anthony Bramble. So certainly not good signs at all for him.
and meanwhile, Imlach is left the field to get padded up. Tavon Imlach certainly a wicketkeeper by trade. There we take a look at it again.
Yeah, just at that very uncomfortable height for the wicketkeeper. Hands not getting high enough on that particular occasion. And well, we certainly hope that Anthony Bramble gets the attention very quickly that he needs, because we would not want that to turn into anything more. So we do wish him all the best. Thanks to the medical team for their urgency in getting out there and attending to him. The cricket must go on, but we do hope that Anthony Bramble is good.
Yeah. Extend our well wishes to Anthony Bramble. Beaten. In the meanwhile, Imlach has assumed the wicket keeping position.
And given the amount of time that we have between matches, you might almost tell yourself that Imlach might have to do the duties in the next round when they head home to Guyana. Works this one away into the offside, and they take a single off of the final delivery of that Ronsford beaten over. 225 for 9 it is now.
So the good news is that Django got a single off the final delivery. Means that he'll be on strike for the Versami Pomal over. Or is it? Looks as though Kimo Paul is going to pick up the attack from this northern end.
Keep it together.
There we see some of the bushfires. Very dry patches.
Yo, I just a big ball in there.
So it's going to be Kimo Paul, 14 overs, 2 for 48, his returns thus far.
I always felt that Kimo Paul had to be one of the bowlers to bowl this new ball for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. I nearly said the Amazon Warriors on that particular occasion. Wrong competition, but yeah, I always figured that Kimo Paul had to be one of the ones to pick up the new ball. He's very skilled with the ball. He's very experienced as well. And if there's any man that you would want with that new ball in their hands, it is him.
Yeah, definitely very, very skillful. The ability to move the ball both ways, lateral movement of the pitch, and of course
Right arm over.
has some pace about him.
So it's going to be Kimo Paul to bowl his 15th over. Guyana Harpy Eagles still searching for that one final wicket for them to be the third team to claim a victory here in round number 3 of the West Indies Championship. Opts to go short, and Django comes through for the single off the first delivery. So 5 balls he will have to bowl Justin Manning, and I think that he'll be a lot happier with that type of a proposition. As I said, in terms of the approach from Django, it really has to be just coming not out at this stage.
Yeah, definitely, and we hope that Justin Manick could in fact negotiate these 5 deliveries and just hold the Harpy Eagles in the field just a slight bit longer.
You're saying that, but somebody back home in Guyana is saying, no thank you. We're ready to wrap this up. Have a bit of lunch, maybe an early dinner.
And get ready to jet off.
An interesting conversation just overheard there on the stump mic, and it was a case of saying, this game and the averages and how that comes into play, and it goes back to that not-out factor for Django. Short lifting delivery, but down the leg side. And once again, I guess it really tells you then what Django is looking for here to come not out in this particular encounter. It will certainly help his average just a bit, but I think it actually goes a bit beyond that. Yes, the average is important, but for me, I think that a coach looking on and people looking on should be a lot more interested in the time that he spent at the wicket and the circumstances under which he had to spend that time at the wicket as well. A lot of guys probably would have thrown away their hand given the proposition of staring down at defeat. That one's edged and dropped. So victory was dropped there at a second slip, you would have to say. I said if you're looking for a wicket, give the ball to Keemo Paul. He's done what his captain has asked him. He gave the chance, and the chance was dropped.
Yeah, unlikely. Man in the slip quarter, Ransford beaten the guilty party on this occasion. And had Anthony Bramble been wicket-keeping, would have made Tevin Imlach would have been in the slip quarter. But different circumstances. Ransford beaten, picking up that slip cordon duty, and that chance goes up begging. Again, Keemo Paul luring Manik into a drive, a false shot.
Here he is to try again now. And this time it's whipped away off the legs. They tap bats in the middle. They know that they have another chance to frustrate the Ghana Harpy Eagles again. And it's exactly that, because in terms of the last almost passage of play, you would have to say, right after lunch in the first commentary stint, you saw the chances offered whereby you just had Ransford beaten sleeping at mid-off. You had Versami Permal sleeping a bit in terms of the chance that was offered, and then it dropped short of him. You know, put down a chance there, and it's like, all right, you gave that chance, settle again. Let's try to get through maybe another 5-over period here to stall what people are saying probably is the likely result. It's in the air, but no chance of a catch there. Having to scramble through in the end does Django, but no damage done. He goes on now to 29, I make it.
Oh, 1 for the over, gentlemen. 1 for the over.
Yeah, just with that chance brings out a little bit more hope between Django and Manik. So definitely it's been frustrating times for the Harpy Eagles. We're getting to almost tea time. Still a few minutes, and Manik getting some confidence, pushes this one down mid-off area. It's running very close to the boundary. In fact, Savory, Niall Smith has done some footballing skills and saved a run for, saved 2 runs in fact for his team.
It's never a good feeling, I guess, as a bowler to see the number 11 batter driving you back down the ground in such fashion. It was a top draw shot, you would have to say, from Manik. That will certainly boost his confidence. You could hear the dressing room applauding it because it certainly was a solid shot, a commanding shot at that, especially coming from your number 11 batter. But more importantly, it continues to frustrate the Harpy Eagles, especially on the back of dropping that chance. The chance that would have meant that they wrap it up. They get a chance to go inside, a chance to put up their feet.
Yeah, it's almost like rubbing salt into the wound of the Harpy Eagles. And Manik goes on to 11. 88 overs have been bowled here. 234 for 9. Django solid in defense. Beaton looking to get through that defense. Harpy Eagles just need 1 more wicket to secure victory in this wrong 3 clash against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Django, though, I'm sure he must be pleased with his application of the crease. He's been out there for all of 90 deliveries. Spent quite some time.
A solid defense in there again. But yes, he should be pleased with his efforts just the one false stroke in terms of the chance that he offered to mid-off off of Kevin Sinclair. But barring that, outside of that, he's been resolute. He's been confident in the way he went about his innings. He's been decisive, especially against his spinners in terms of his footwork, whether or not he opted to come forward and trust the defense or go back and work the ball into the offside. So it's been a wonderful little innings put together by him here.
Yeah, rare guard action from Django on this one. Goes past the outside edge.
Beauty of a delivery, you would have to say there from Ronsford Beaton. But with the new ball in hand, you will expect to get deliveries like that. And as long as you're still there, you have to tell yourself, well done.
Yeah.
You know, that's the interesting thing about it. You get a delivery that you expect at some point in time that somebody must bowl one that beats you. This is cricket. That happens. Put it aside. Once again, reset. And come again.
Yeah, it's all about focusing on the next delivery.
And he does just that. He uses his soft hands and gets it out towards that point region for another single. That takes the score up now to 235 for 9. You're looking at the bottom of the screen and seeing 177 runs to win. But that is a non-factor at this particular juncture. More importantly, 1 wicket to get for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 2 deliveries for Ronsford Beaton to do it with in this particular over, bowling to the number 11 in Justin Manick, who has held up his end. 11 from 15 deliveries.
Yeah, he's done a job up to this point, and he would certainly be looking to continue that vigil. And this one is flicked nicely. It's gonna get a single for it. It turned away nicely by Manick.
Every run off the bat of Manick is being applauded by the dressing room. They appreciate his efforts, and they really should indeed. He's grown in confidence, you would have to say, over this innings. Looks quite good.
Yeah.
For someone coming at 11.
Yeah, he has quite a solid technique. Watches the ball closely, gets in line. Good thing he's getting behind those deliveries, apart from the one that took the outside edge.
Oh, slashes at a wide one. No damage done in the end, though. Another over comes to an end. And with it, the vigil continues. 236 for 9.
It certainly runs not the equation at this stage. At 186, as you mentioned, Joel, not anywhere to factor in at this stage. It's just about how long he can hold off the Guyanese bowlers at this stage, the Harpy Eagles.
Just 21 minutes. I make it to tier. In fact, probably just a little bit more than that, given the time that we came back out after lunch. So maybe about another 22, 23 minutes till tea.
Already the extra half an hour.
Yeah.
They're asking about the extra half an hour there now. I didn't
15.
exactly make out.
Yeah, but you can't 50 minutes from now, yeah, 5-0.
Oh, I think
5-0,
that's what he's telling them, that he might probably be taking tea 50 minutes from now. I could be correct. I could not be correct also, so don't take my word on that one. It's Kemo Paul. It goes full, but cannot get through the defense of Justin Manick.
Yeah, Manick, watchful. Fuller delivery from Kemo Paul. Almost a Yorker length delivery. Well dug out by Manick. This fight is continuing from the TNT Red Force. Guyana Harpy Eagles searching for that final wicket. Couple of drop chances prior to Manick coming out. And of course Manick offered a chance. Ronsford Beaton. Guilty party.
Chemo Paul at the top of his mark now. This one's worked away nicely into the leg side. Just going to be one. They think about two. Decide against it as the ball's picked up by Nell Smith.
I think that's the right decision made by Django. Even though Manik might be growing in confidence, you know, just the bushfires in the distance. Yeah, even though Manik is growing in confidence, it's always good to be, as the senior man, you still keep him in check, you know, and I'm not saying that you're pulling down or you're
Pulled away, and it actually found its way into the leg of the umpire on that occasion. Not able to get out of the way of that one. Tried to do a bit of a ballerina dance on that particular occasion, but the swan was caught. You would have to say there.
Oh God.
Chris.
So we've got Mr. Amar Samaru, member of the
Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board team.
And Mr. Amar Samaru, that injury to Anthony Bramble, it looked a lot, it looked very, very nasty from our viewpoint.
Yes, very nasty. Apparently, Mr. Anthony Bramble is the wicket keeper, and the bowler was bowling from the southern end, which is the VIP end, and the ball, you know, kicked up a little, and he went to collect the ball, but you know, he didn't put his gloves together, so the ball actually passed between the gloves, and you know, and struck Mr. Bramble in the eye socket and side of the nose, resulting in swelling over the eyes here by the eyebrow and nose, and his nose was bleeding profusely. So we have an ambulance on the ground with two healthcare professionals. So they took him off the field, and right now he's in the ambulance where they are trying, you know, to stop the bleeding and trying to comfort him. But since, you know, the ball strike him on the top of the eye, etc., you know, and there is some bleeding still, the healthcare professionals have decided that he needs further treatment. So the ambulance is taking Mr. Anthony Bramble to the San Fernando General Hospital for further treatment. So this is where we are.
I just don't want to interrupt you, Mr. Samaru, but it was a lovely cover drive by Justin Manik that got to the boundary. So is it that you're saying Anthony Bramble is going to the San Fernando General Hospital for further observations?
Yes, for further treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
We certainly extend our well wishes to Anthony Bramble, and we hope that he would recover speedy. We hope that he has a speedy recovery.
Definitely, and because there is some swelling over the eye also where the balls struck him. So there is some swelling, and I said there is some nosebleed at this point in time. So we would make arrangements to get some priority treatment at the San Fernando General Hospital for Mr. Anthony Bramble. So I also, on behalf of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, I also wish him a speedy recovery, and we look forward to seeing him playing in the other matches of the West Indies 4-day championship.
Okay, Mr. Samaru, well, thanks for the information.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So there you have it, viewers. Anthony Bramble has been taken to the San Fernando General Hospital for further treatment, as he had some swelling over his right eye. And Joel, we really hope that it's nothing broken for Anthony Bramble, and we really hope that he has a speedy recovery.
Always scary times when you take a blow to the head with a hard cricket ball. Anybody that's been struck with one can definitely tell you the immense pain that Anthony Bramble will be feeling at this point. And obviously with the factor of the nosebleed as well, we really hope that they're able to stem that and help him recover. Oh, lovely drive that off the bat of Amir Django. Races into the boundary and well deserved for him.
Yeah, excellent drive, picking the gap. Lovely extra cover drive. And Justin Manik had one in the previous over. Lovely cover drive. Got to the boundary, and now Amir Django with this extra cover drive. So these two continue to fight for the TNT Red Force. Score moves up to 247 for 9. Django goes on to 35 in the meanwhile. Continues to spend time out in the middle. 97 deliveries for him so far.
Negotiates that one. And that too will run away into the boundary. So back-to-back fours for Django.
Yeah, this time just opening the face on this one. Getting it into the gap, that gap between second slip and gully. Resulting in a boundary for Django. So 250 comes up for the Red Force. 251 for 9.
At one stage, they were questioning whether or not they would get to this point. So that's good on the part of this pair to help them get over that particular line. Looks to steer that one again. And a lot more control on this particular occasion, but cannot get it past Kevin Sinclair at gully. Ron should beaten now into his 17th over of this innings. Figures of 2 for 49 so far for him.
Well watched by Django. Steers this one out to backward point. Can't get a single, so another milestone accomplished for Django in terms of his occupation of the crease. 100 deliveries faced. Just over 16 overs. He's batted all by himself.
Oh, flicked away. And this one will have the legs to get into boundary. No, it's not. It's actually stopped with the foot by Niall Smith. He's been doing some football recently. Instead, they'll pick up 2 runs.
Keep going, Kims. Keep going, Kims. Guys. Kims.
Do you think at this stage, Joel,
One more.
the Happy Eagles are beginning to, that frustration is beginning to tell on the Happy Eagles?
One good ball, Kim. Come on.
Yeah, I'm hearing from the stump mic. One good ball.
It's always annoying when you're unable to wrap up the tail. Even more annoying when they're actually scoring runs against you as well. So certainly a bit of frustration will be creeping into the Harpy Eagles camp, especially given that they had the chances already. If there were no chances, fair enough, but they've dropped their chances to wrap this match up. Kimo Paul to continue. Down the leg side, there's an appeal. And not out, says umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. So, the sunshine will continue to beat down upon the Harpy Eagles. They thought they strangled him down the leg side. Coming off the hip, it looked like Justin Manik.
Yeah, just brushing the tie pad on the way through to Imlak. So the fight continues. Another short delivery kept down by Manik as Nando is looking under the helmet at forward short leg.
Some 19 minutes away from the tea interval now. And in terms of winning psychological battles, if they can get to tee, that's another box ticked for the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And deliveries like that certainly would not help. A no ball by Kimo Paul.
Manik meeting this one with full face off the bat. Certainly give him some confidence. 17 of 25 deliveries.
And behind it easily is Manik. He's really looking good at the crease now. And it just makes you wonder, had others adopted a similar approach, others who are touted with more talent with the bat than Justin Manik, had they adopted a similar time approach to this situation, how things could have potentially looked a little different on the final day of this round 3 encounter. Goes around the wicket, and Manik rehearses that shot again, looking to probably deposit it into the stands. Doesn't get sufficient bat onto it, however. And now just 2 deliveries left now for him to negotiate in this Kimo Paul over. They're sending a man just a couple steps back at square leg. There's a man at a wide fine leg position on the boundary. Oh, a good lifting delivery, but easily negotiated, would I have to say, by Justin Manik.
Manik just swaying out the way of short delivery from Paul. And together they've put on 43. Joel, 43 for the final wicket. Good fight being shown by the low order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Another short delivery as Manik allows this one to go by. So another over. He's elapsed here, 92. After that, it's 254 for 9.
That partnership of 43 tells me that it is the second highest partnership of this innings for the Red Force. The highest coming between Bravo and Gooley. And that was some time ago as well. Well, they're opting now to go back to the man that's picked up 3 wickets already today, responsible for removing Darren Bravo, and they've entrusted him with the responsibility of removing the final wicket as well. Versami Permal, the man with the most wickets at the first class level. Amir Django has probably faced now some 3 spells from Versami Permal. He's calling for a guard of middle and off. 2 men back on the boundary. A man at deep mid wicket. A man at a deep backward square leg. A man out at long on. Long off. And there's a man out on the point boundary. So this field well spread.
Well, edge.
Yeah, well spread field from Harp Eagles.
A good take down the leg side there.
Yeah. Tevin Imlach, no stranger to being behind the stumps.
Oh, lovely ledge. Oh, ledgy, ball.
That's nice to see.
Working in, man.
And I was talking about it with Vinod earlier on commentary, is how much Django has trusted his defense and not opted to hit out Versami Permal. And you often find that when a batter is not confident in his defense, he has to resort to what people like to call the zonky and the wonky type of shots. But he's really been confident to Permal.
Yeah, his footwork has been really assured whether he's playing forward or he's going back. I think that has been his hallmark of his batting so far. This time pushing to mid-wicket where Kimo Paul is coming around to do the fielding, and field is closing in on Django with just one delivery remaining in the over. All the deep fielders except the deep mid-wicket is coming inside.
And there it is, a loud appeal, but not out. Says the umpire, to the despair of the Harpy Eagles. That one probably striking him outside of the off stump. And, maybe a little closer than we thought. Obviously, Django moving that pad after being struck. Actually looks to be struck in line there.
Yeah.
Or just maybe outside the line of the off stump. I wish I had the tram lines on this particular occasion to see ball impact. But maybe just marginally outside the line of the off stump. So he tried to get cute and innovative there, did Django, trying to maybe get the single to get down to the other end. But to his comfort, he survives.
He survives. So it's going to be Kimo Paul again.
Oh, beautiful. Shows the maker's name, and that one will run away down to the boundary. Oh my goodness gracious me, that was elegant. That was lovely.
Yeah, excellent shot from Justin Manick, presenting the full face of the bat. One of the hardest shots in the book to play, the on drive. And Manick executing to perfection. And picking up another boundary.
Oh my days, somebody give Manick a promotion. Just for that shot alone. There should have been more spectators here to celebrate that particular on drive. Oh, I could watch that all day.
So Manick goes on to 21 from 31 deliveries. So some of the scores coming to hand. Queen's Park versus Clark Road. We had Sunil Narayan, veteran, with figures of 7 overs, 7 maidens, 7 wickets, all 7s for the veteran Sunil Narayan. No run conceded in 7 overs. That leaves Joel a bit jaw-dropped.
Those are figures of a dream. You would have to say any bowler would take those Sunday to Monday, or rather Sunday to Sunday.
Was he bowling at mannequins? No run scored of 7 overs. In the meanwhile, Manick has gotten a single short delivery from Paul. Pulled into the leg side by Django.
Well controlled there from Django. Got on top of the bounce, but what was even more important is that he played it down. Obviously, the man back on the boundary, and it tells you that he's still interested in staying out there. So good cricket all around. A good fight being shown by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And these are the questions that we were asking, and the questions are currently being answered. How long can they stand up? Can they bat to the first water break? They did that. Can they bat to tea? They're looking like they can do that. Kimo Paul would like to say something differently right now. Lifting and negotiated once again by Justin Manick. So they're making them work, and it's so interesting because they always say when given a chance, take your chances. Catches win matches, and they've put down a couple catches here today, and hence why they've not won just yet. So the only people that the Guyana Harpy Eagles can blame at the moment are themselves for still being out in the field, but the Red Force are making them work for it, making them pay for dropping those chances.
And more as we speak of that. So the end of Kimo Paul's over comes to an end. After 94 overs, it's 260 for 9. Joel, the more we speak of that, is the more I can't help but to think that what if those top order batsmen could have stick around and apply the same sort of approach by the lower order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. You know, what could have been? What if? We're left to think. I mean, it's very simple, the approach from Manik and
Work fit like
Muhammad.
any other wicket, boys. Any
previous
other wicket.
batsman
Don't
to
think
go.
you can just come, boys.
Made it so difficult for
Have to work. Have to work, boys.
the Harpy Eagles. And as you rightly mentioned,
legend,
Django
well
showing the
legend.
interest to still stay out there.
Well, just 9 minutes now left to the tea interval, or in fact 8 minutes, as my clock tells me. Versus Sami Pramal will continue to bowl to Amir Django. 108 deliveries faced for his 42 runs.
Well edge.
Works that one for another single. Edges ever closer
I'm gonna know.
to that landmark of 50, but more importantly, still at the crease, still battling away, still fighting. If he can get to that landmark, it will be his 10th at the first class level. Confidently drives that one up towards mid-off.
Just some scores coming to hand in the ODI, second ODI out in South Africa. South Africa currently 282 for 8. Remember, they're chasing 336 for victory.
Go in there,
And
boys.
they're
Keep
further
going there,
54.
boys. Long way still, fellas. Work, work, work.
Akil Hussain with 10 overs, 3 for 59.
Go lads, go lads. Come, Gunny.
Shea Hope
Working,
captaining
boys. Keep working.
in his
keep
first
working, man.
ODI. It would be nice from a skipper's perspective for him to get a win under the belt in number 1.
Yeah, what a good feeling it must be to get 100.
Go lads, go lads.
A gift of appointment. 128 not out from Shea Hope. So that partnership, Joel, has gone on to 50 now. 50 and 75 deliveries.
Come, Sig, come.
Another 6 balls negotiated. Another couple minutes spent in the sun. 261 for 9 now.
26 minutes?
They're just saying back home in Barbados, I wonder if it holds here as well in Trinidad and Tobago. They say back to the cows come home. The cows come home at sunset. And certainly a scenario for all of those supporting the Red Force. They would want the payout here by some stretch of the imagination, by some miracle up in the sky, to bat until the cows come home. Into the attack now though, Kevin Sinclair. He's bowled 14 overs, taken no wickets, 26 runs. Oh, catches the cry. But instead, it will be 4 more to the account of Django. That takes him up now to 47.
Sinclair welcomed back into the attack with a boundary. Straight back over his head. 265 for 9.
Yeah, middle.
Django continues to soldier on.
No.
He's really picked his deliveries well, Django, you would have to say. He's rotated his strike nicely, dropped the ball into the open gaps, but he's also taken advantage when the ball has been put into his arc.
Gotcha. No run.
Okay. He's really looked the path in this particular knock. Really looked assured in his movements, what he wants to do. This time punching, getting a single is Django. Inches ever closer to
Malik,
another
Malik.
first class half century.
Have it over. Right arm over.
Kevin Sinclair now opts to bowl the last two deliveries of his over the wicket to Justin Manick. A quick check of the time tells me 4 minutes until tea.
Into you slightly.
Can they do it?
Yeah,
Will they do it? All those are questions currently thrown up into the sky. Those watching on YouTube probably commenting now whether or not it is possible for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to get to tea. Some 40 minutes ago they probably would have said, "Huh, absolutely not," but here we are.
Glorious uncertainties is this game of cricket. Joel, you just never can predict.
Oh, they nearly thought he might have walked past that one.
Well negotiated by Justin Manick. So another over comes to an end. The 96th one of this innings. It's 266 for 9.
I can't help but smile from a neutral perspective looking on this particular encounter, because once again you never want to see a team roll over and just be bundled out, especially when the odds are stacked against them. This is a scenario which you can build character and show fight. This is exactly what is being done here by the Red Force batters. It's just nice to see from an overall cricket perspective that we have guys who in the tough moments can stand up and be counted.
Definitely.
Go lad, keep going lad, Jay. Going lad.
So Pamal begins his 32nd over. 3 for 57. His figures so far. And Django is going to take a single.
Bye bye.
Takes him now to 49, just one away from another half century here at the first class level.
Come Ghana.
Even though milestones and landmarks won't factor too much, it certainly will still make him smile that he was able to bring up another one at this level.
Of course, I think once he gets there, it'd be very deserving half century. You know, coming in together with Bravo, and you know at that stage Bravo was going so good, and Django was now getting started, a bit itchy and scratchy at that stage, and then Bravo,
Don't save us.
this was dismissed, and now he's continued the fight. Django.
Come on fellas, come on lad, keep going lad, Jay.
So will this be the last over before tea?
Oh. Going lad, keep going lad. Oh.
Gets forward, covers that one.
Guys.
Looking towards the umpires now. And it looks like we will get in another one.
.267 for 9. Bravo fell 5 short of a century. Django 1 short of a half century. And the equation on the bottom of your screen, 145 for victory required, is not really possible at this stage. Just trying to get to tea time is the Red Force. Kevin Sinclair, of course, will be having other ideas. This one spinning and bouncing past the edge of Django's bat.
nearly, almost,
Almost.
but not just home for the Harpy Eagles.
Nice.
And there it is. A 50 for Amir Django. That is his 10th half century at the first class level, and applauded by all watching around here. Brilliant knock by the young man off of 117 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6 in the innings.
Yeah, really good innings in the context of the situation from the wicketkeeper batsman. 50 from 117 deliveries. Occupied the crease for quite some time. Brought up a well-deserved half century. Kevin Sinclair, though, would be hoping to pick up a wicket. Just 1 wicket required for victory for the Harpy Eagles. Safely negotiated. Long forward is Justin Manick, covering any thoughts of that ball spinning back into him.
And there it is, a victory for the Ghana Harpy Eagles. They win by 143 runs in round 3 of the West Indies Championship, their second win of this championship, and oh boy does it feel good to be in the Guyana camp right now.
Yeah, writing on the wall, there you have it. Tidy stumping from Tevin Imlach to close out the Trinidad and Tobago's Red Force innings. 268 all out, and Django with an even 50 not out. And as we mentioned, Joel, the pleasing thing for Django would have been to come to the end of the innings not out, and he's done so. But looking at the bigger picture, the fight from the low order of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force was something to be noted, but the top order really did not stand up and be counted. They did not stand up to be counted, and as a result, the TNT Red Force, they've been defeated by 143 runs. Congratulations to the Harpy Eagles on this victory. And overall, Joel, what are your thoughts? I know you weren't here for the first 3 days of this game. You were at the Oval, but I'm sure you were following these games. What are your thoughts on this game between the Harpy Eagles and the Red Force?
I really thought that the Harpy Eagles fought their way back into it in that first innings. Obviously, things were not looking so good for them, and the guys stood up, they batted, and they got themselves to what was a very respectable total in that first innings. And then what they did after that was that they backed it up with the ball as well, and pretty much set up this game for the result that we see here today. Obviously, from a batting perspective on the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force side of things, well, we know that the boys simply did not do enough. The numbers tell us that here today, both in the first innings and obviously in the second innings. Things, looked a little better in the bottom half of it, but at the end of the day, it simply wasn't enough. A job done too late, and that is why we're seeing the result here. But overall, if you are a Guyana Harpy Eagle supporter, you would have to say, the boys really went out there and they did well. If you're from Trinidad and Tobago, you're celebrating or rather supporting them, you have to say there's work to be done, and you hope that the work will be done ahead of the next leg, because there's only 5 matches in this first class tournament, so only 2 matches left, and you don't want to see them get left behind in the points table. They're a team that has always been doing well at the first class level, and you really want to see them show that fight. You want to see the boys show up and bat, and hopefully they can do a lot better when they get down to the Oval come Wednesday next week.
Yeah, certainly that would be the focus from the coach and the management staff of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force at that game against the Barbados Pride at the Queen's Park Oval. So, just to run through things, just to summarize things, Joel, on the first morning, the TNT Red Force won the toss and elected to bowl first, and the Harpy Eagles were able to post 324 thanks to contributions throughout the middle order. Kevin Sinclair top scored with 69, Anthony Bramble with 56, And of course, Leon Johnson with 62. And in the Red Force's first innings, at the crease, they were all out for 160. It meant that the Harpy Eagles got a lead of 164 heading into their second innings. And in their second innings, they choosing not to enforce the follow-on. They posted 247 for 6. And it meant that the Red Force needed 412 for victory. Kemal Savory, in that he got his maiden first-class century, got 101 not out. And the Red Force in their second innings all out for 268. So the Harpy Eagles with their second victory of the 4-day championship, winning by 143 runs. And we don't know what it does to the standings. We just have to wait to see how the standings would go after this round of games. So I think we've come to the end of the proceedings here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So on behalf of the entire team, we'd like to thank you for your support, and we do look forward to you on next week Wednesday at 10 a.m. where we have 2 matches that we'll be covering. So we look forward to you. So good afternoon and take care.